I can't hear you. You want this one?
Welcome to the hearing for February 26, 2026. If you do wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hand. Please stand. Not going to speak? Natalie, please stand. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Silence all electronic devices, please.
Good morning, everyone. Our first case, page 3, Inspector Aleda Mesa, case number CE 2509-0694, case address 3050 Northeast 47th Court, owner Winston House Association, Inc., posted at property 2626, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Co-Compliance Officer Mesa, number 350 for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2509-0694, address 3050 Northeast 47th Court. An inspection of the property was conducted 10/3/25 with violations cited as follows. 9-306, the exterior of the building has not been maintained, and there are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted 2/21/26, finding violation remained. The city requests as follows. 9306, mandatory reappearance, otherwise compliance within 147 days, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. Due to the project's scope and anticipated duration, the city will permit extension at the reappearance as necessary.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please? Okay. Is there anything you'd like to add?
I don't think I need to. No, that pretty much says what I'm...
Okay. All right. I'll find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 147 days to come into compliance, which would be July 23rd, 2026, or a fine of $100 a day, and it'll be a order to reappear as part of this. Okay. Good luck to you.
Great, thank you.
Our next case, page 57, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 2406-0407, case address 1606 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Dorothy Davis and Montrose Hollinger and all others. This case was first heard 11/19/25 to comply by 1/29/26. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $2,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Dorothy Davis.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Davis. Yes. Where's the city?
Good morning, your Magistrate. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2406-0407. Property address 1606 Northwest 15th Ave. This case first heard on November 19, 2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 71 days to comply, or a fine of $51 for each day thereafter. Property was posted on February 13, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 18, 2026, revealed as depicted in the photos. At this time, property remains in violation. The city is going to request all fine to be imposed and to continue to accrue until the property is brought into compliance.
Good morning, folks.
Good morning.
Can you tell me what What's holding up the final compliance? I guess it's on the landscaping.
Good morning. My name is Montrose Hollinger. What's holding it up is money. It doesn't grow on trees. And in November, when my mother was cited for this, she had just returned from being in hospital. She was in hospital for about 21 days. And most of those days she was in critical condition, so she was fighting for her life. So at the time, we were not concerned with
How much time do
fines.
you need?
I don't know. How much time do you need?
I don't know, because we have a problem. This case did not start when he said. This case has been ongoing. This is a more than a 2-year thing, because what happened is the tree, an oak tree, is planted in front of the house on the swell. They took a palm tree out that I had in the yard, and they put the coconut tree, but nobody asked us to do that. Nobody
Ma'am,
informed us.
here's the deal. I don't really want to go back. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be short. We have a really long agenda. I'm going to give you more time. What I'm trying to get a sense is how much time you need.
How much time do
You got one violation left, right?
What is
Two?
the other violation, please?
Yeah, you're right. There's two. Driveway.
What is the other violation? We know about the driveway.
Driveway and landscaping.
What is wrong with the landscaping? It is not overgrown. It is not filthy. It's low. It's not green. Nobody's grass is green right now.
What's the issue with the landscaping?
Sorry. Yeah, anyone on the property where the grass is dead or missing needs to have new grass, so no sod need to be laid down.
Okay, so everybody in our community needs to
How
know to do
much
something.
time do you need, folks? I'm trying to give you time here, so I don't want to relitigate the case. Okay.
I want to ask the question about, he said in the place that the grass,
Yeah.
so we need to put, that's the reason the whole.
Well, I'll let you talk to him about how. No, just a minute. I'll let you talk to him about exactly what's needed. I'm still trying to get some time here. Otherwise, I'll give you 3 months. How about 63 days? That sounds good. You want to do order to reappear?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
We'll do 63 days.
For
with,
63 days. That's 2 months.
order
Stay in
to
touch with the
reappear.
code officer.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to just a minute. I'm going to extend the time to April 30th. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time, and there'll be an order to reappear. Do me a favor. I know you've got questions. Talk to him about the details of the case. I'm not really in a position to give you advice on how to. You can talk to. Okay, I'm not in a position to do it. Talk to the code officer. Talk to the code officer. Okay, thanks, folks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, you got it.
Our next case, page 2, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25070889, case address 509 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Community 8 Properties LLC, posted at property 2726, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis, Code Compliance Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case as read for the property located at 509 Northwest 15th Avenue. The property was first inspected on September 21st, 2025, and given time to correct the following violations. (18-4C) complied. There is a derelict vehicle or trailer on the swell or on the property, including but not limited to any and all inoperable vehicles, vehicles without valid tags, and trailers. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 22090718. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Violation 47-34.1.A.1 complied. There is illegal land use occurring at this RS8 zone property. There is outdoor storage consisting of, but not limited to, vehicle parts and miscellaneous equipment, tarps, bricks, etc. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 22090718. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Violation 9-280H, complied. There's an accessory structure violation at this property. Each fence is damaged, has tarp around the fence, which is not permitted. This is a recurring violation referred to case CE 22090718. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Violation 9-304B, complied. There are vehicles, trailers, campers, recreational vehicles parked on the grass lawn area. There are broken and missing pavers and stains on the driveway. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 22090718. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-305B, withdrawn. 9-306, complied. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 22090718. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Special magistrate, we're requesting the finding of fact that they are recurring violations. 18-4C, 47-34.1.8.1, 9-280H, 9-304B, and 9-306.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Goran Dragoslovic. So I had the same tenant at that location for probably 10 years, and no matter what I asked him to do, he didn't, so I had to evict him. He did challenge it in the court, and we had a hearing with the judge, so the tenant has been evicted. It took a long time because the jurisdiction, and as soon as the tenant was evicted, all the violations were immediately complied with.
Yeah, as the agenda says, all the violations are in compliance.
Yes, I just
think
wanna-
what they're asking me to do is to make what's called a finding of fact and note that they did occur.
Yes.
And I guess that if they were to happen again, that means there's some rules in place. They can cite you as soon as they see it, and the fine amounts could potentially be greater. But I'll make those findings that each of the violations, except for the one violation which is withdrawn, did exist. I'll find they're in compliance. There'll be no fine imposed right now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you
you.
very
Good luck to you.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 5. Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2601-0634, case address 829 Northwest 10th Terrace, owner Sun Max Properties LLC, posted at property 2326, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Name, case, and address as read. The property was first inspected on 1/22/2026 and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 1812A, complied. There is trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or its swell. This is a repeat violation, CKCE 22100-809. Fine shall accrue from the date the violation was observed until compliance is met. Complied on 1/27/26, being out of compliance for 3 days. That was observed on 1/22/26, 1/26/26, and 1/27/26. Violation 18-4C, complied. Violation 47, TAC 20.20H, complied. Parking facilities are not being maintained at this property. The parking surface contains potholes that hold standing water with weeds and grass growing through it. In addition, the parking striping is faded and has dark stains and marks on the parking lines stripes. This is a repeat violation, CKCE 22100-809. Fine shall accrue from the date the violation was observed until compliance is met. Complied on 1/26/2026, being out of compliance for 4 days from 1/22/26 through 1/25/26. Violation 47, TAC 34.1.A.1, complied. There is illegal land use occurring at this property. Various items include but not limited to the items stored under a tarp: wood iron, boards, buckets, cedar, weights, and other materials that are stored against the rear fence on the left side along the back rear of the property. This is a repeat violation, CKCE 22-100-809. Fine shall accrue from the date the violation was first observed until compliance is met. Complied on 1/27/26, being out of compliance for 5 days from 1/22/2026 through 1/26/2027. 2026. That's my correction. Violation 9278G, complied. Violation 9280B, complied. Violation 9280F, complied. Violation 9280G, complied. Violation 9280H1, complied. Violation 9, TAC 305B, complied. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. In addition, mulch has been placed in areas where grass or sod should be present. These conditions existed along with the front side and the rear of the property, as well as along the walking path. This is a repeat violation, case number CKCE 22-100-809. Fine shall accrue from the date the violation was first observed until compliance is met. Complied on 1/27/26, being out of compliance for 5 days from 1/22/26 through 1/26/2026. Violation 9, TAC 306, complied. Violation 9, TAC 308B, complied. The property was posted on 1/21/26. As of today's date, all violations have complied. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines.
And how much would that be?
$1,700.
And that's for the number of days that it was out of compliance?
Correct. That's for the number of days that he was out of compliance. Correct, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. State your name for the record.
Goran Dragoslovic. So as soon as we received it, the violation in the mail, I met inspector, and the same day everything was complied with. And what I also did, and inspector can testify, I did all the other properties that I have in that same area. So we, because it's a very tough street. It's a Northwest 10 Terrace. A lot of the car dealerships and scrap metal places are there.
Let's talk about the days that it was out of compliance.
Yes.
Do you know the days?
Yeah, it was like 3-4 days out of compliance, I think.
Right.
Because I immediately.
But in several of the violations, though, not just one. How many of them? You don't have to go through the whole thing, but about four of them, maybe? Four?
4 of them. I'll repeat.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to impose the fine. I'm going to find that the violations are in compliance as of the date. I'm going to find that they were out of compliance for a period of time. As noted by the code officer, I'm going to impose the fine. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case, page 51, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 25050761, case address 2500 Southwest 2nd Avenue, owner Tarmac America LLC. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 11/19/25. One section not complied at $100 per day, $9,900 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Edward Ibarra,
You're the owner?
representative.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale. Code compliance, presenting case and address as read. The case was last heard on August 28, 2025 by Special Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate granted 83 days extension to comply for violation 9-306 or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 20th, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting full imposition of fines totaling $9,900 and for fines to continue to accrue.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so the building in question that needs to be painted, what we had done previously was pressure wash it with plans and CapEx to paint the building. It is not just a simple paint job. This does require some work to the sides and walls where there is some damage that needs to be repaired. The total quote came in at $44,000 and was planned for CapEx this year. We are asking for a suspension of fines and an extension to complete the project.
So why wasn't it painted?
This had to go through our CapEx process. Two reasons. One, it had to go through our CapEx process.
I don't know what that process is.
It had to go through several levels of approval up the chain due to the associated cost, yes. So that took some time. What we did in the interim was pressure wash, which I recognize is not solving the problem, it's just trying
When
to.
can you comply? This has been going on since August of 2025.
Yes. So we were not aware that the pressure washing had not been sufficient for the city. We still agreed it needed to be painted. That's why we
do it. When can you do it?
with a 90-day extension, we're confident we can get it done within that time.
The city doesn't oppose any extension.
Okay, I'll extend it 90 days. That would be May 28th, 2026. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. Good luck to you.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 39, Inspector Bernstein Seinberg, case number CE 25080142, case address 550 South Andrews Avenue, owner Black Hawk Properties and Investments LLC, posted at property 2726, posted at 1 East Broward 21326. Okay, you gotta get up. Okay, you're not getting up.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. State your name for the record, please.
Greg Bruton.
Okay, and what's your relationship to the owner?
I represent the owner this morning.
Okay.
Senior Inspector Bernstein for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25080142. Property address 550 South Andrews Ave. Responding to a complaint regarding tree abuse. This property was inspected on August 7th, 2025 for the following violations. 47-21.11a withdrawn. 47-21.15.1. One pigeon plum tree was removed from the zone property RAC-CC City Center District residential property without first obtaining a permit. 47-21.15d. A total of 9 live oak tree has been abused and effectively destroyed. Additionally, 4 date palm trees on Andrews Avenue were also abused and have been effectively destroyed. This case will be brought before the special magistrate to request an imposition of fines up to $15,000 for irreparable and irreversible violation. The notice of hearing was posted on January 7th, 2026. A pre-hearing inspection on February 9th, 2026 revealed the violation stated is not in compliance as of today. No permit on file for the tree permits. I have been in communication with Julia, the property manager of the building. I have received an email from Julia stated that she sent the arborist report on September 9th, 2025. However, Landscape did inform Julia that the arborist report that she submitted was rejected with comments for corrections. The city is requesting an immediate fine of $150 per tree, and that is including the 9 tree plus the 4 date palms and the 1 pigeon plum for a total of $2,100. And 6 to 3 days to complete landscape application permit or a fine of $100 per day.
Yes, sir.
I met with the city, and we're all. This occurred by virtue of a landscaper who did some things that was not in compliance, and we have since had 2 arborist reports. The city recommended that we do a thorough report for each tree because there may be an opportunity to save a couple of those trees and not have to remove them all. We would like to have some time to be able to do that, to give us some time to get that arborist report done to reflect that.
The city is recommending a fine based on per tree. Are you telling me that you think that some of the trees can be saved and therefore shouldn't be fined? Is that what I'm hearing?
There may be an opportunity to that. Yes,
Magistrate, we have one of the city's forester to just kind of explain the reason if some trees can be saved or if...
Yeah, but just let me... Is there some doubt as to whether...
Yes, that's...
Come up, please.
And if you could just state your name and your position, please.
I'm Laura Tooley. I'm the urban forester for the city.
Yeah.
So, with the revision in our code, tree preservation code in October 2024, we included a section for civil penalties for $1,000 for tree removal without a permit, which there is one of those in this case. But under the usual code of ordinances, section 11-25, the civil penalty would be $150.
But I think, here's what you gave me a fine amount per tree,
Right.
$2,100, 63 days to get the permits and do the mitigation, I guess. He's suggesting that some of the trees, he wants an opportunity to suggest to you, I guess, and the city staff that some of the trees don't have to be removed.
Understood. And
So what I guess I'm trying to say is, should I give you an opportunity to let him submit it and you can review it and we bring this back and you find out that maybe some trees that you want to find can in fact exist?
the tree abuse is inclusive of that $150, regardless of whether the tree needs to be removed or not.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
you know,
I get
that's, remove
The
the
tree
replace.
abuse.
We're not opposed. Yeah, we understand that there is definitely tree abuse
Okay.
based on the current code.
All right. Well,
But-
I don't think you guys are all that. You can submit what you want. I'm going to impose the fine because I think what they're saying, regardless of whether the tree can live or not, you're going to get there's been tree abuse, which requires the 150 per tree. So I'm going to impose that. I'm going to give you 63 days to come into compliance, which would be April 30th, 2026. And during that time, you can submit what
Okay.
you want to the city as to whether some of the trees have to be
Okay,
be
we
saved.
can do that. Thank you.
Okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
You have another case.
Next case, also page 39, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 25080620, case address 500 South Andrews Avenue, owner Black Hawk Properties Investments LLC, posted at property 2726, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Let me guess, same tree trim?
Same, yes, it is. Yes.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25080620, property address 500 South Andrews Ave. Responding to a complaint regarding tree abuse, this property was inspected on August 7th for the following violations: 47-21.15D. A total of 9 live oak trees has been abused and effectively destroyed. Additionally, 2 royal palm trees on Andrews Avenue were also abused and have been effectively destroyed. This case will be brought to Special Magistrate, requesting imposition of fines up to $15,000 for irreparable and irreversible violations. Notice of hearing posted on January 7th, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection on February 9th revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. As of today, no permit on file for tree permits. The city is requesting an immediate fine of $150 per tree. That includes 9 oak trees, 2 water palms, for a total of $1,650, and 63 days to complete a landscape permit application or a fine of $100 per day.
And you want to submit an opportunity to...
Yes.
Okay. And you can do that, of course, during that period. I don't think in the prior case I gave you a period of time to pay the fine. You have a recommended time for paying the fine? 30 days?
63.
How many days?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Pay the fine. 30 days?
Yeah, 30 days.
30 days?
30 days is fine.
Okay, so that's for both cases, by the way. But for this
Okay.
one, the fine's $1,600. 63 days takes us to April 30th. And you can make the submittals that you wish to, and maybe you can convince the city some of the trees can be saved.
And I just want to state this: we're going to submit, but sometimes the permitting process may take a bit of time, and that's my only concern, that we get close to that time.
In order to reappear?
Yes.
Order to reappear.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, on both. On both cases.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 15, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25060468, case address 1030 Northwest 7 Terrace, owner Robert J. O'Leary, posted at property 21126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good morning. Code Officer Malik Jones, position for
I'm
the...
sorry. Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Robert O'Leary.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Good morning. Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case CE 250-60468. for the address of 1030 Northwest 7th Terrace. This case was first cited on June 18, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. 47-20.20.H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The parking facilities has cracks, stains, and missing areas of asphalt. 6-5 point is complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. And 9-363, failure to register with the residential rental dwellings within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. The city is requesting 10 days for 18-12.A, 63 days for 47-20.20.H, 9-305B, 9-306, and 15 days for 9-363 to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Yes, sir. I don't live there and very rarely go there except when the tenants are late with rent. So like the last notice, I only got this past Sunday, and it was dated early January. And the prior notice I did get was about a month later and started to comply with certain violations. They were going to be completed by the tenants, an agreement I had with the tenant, but that hasn't been done. Some of the ones you just mentioned, like the fascia and the siding and all that, that's been done. I know you haven't re-inspected. Chickens are gone, as we discussed earlier, and the debris is gone.
All right. Have you been out there recently?
As my pre-hearing inspection, the violations remain. The chickens have been complied, but I'll do a re-inspection if the fascia is completed.
Okay. What the city's looking to do is to give you 10 days on the trash. You're telling me it's been complied. You can go out and confirm that. 63 days on the parking facilities and the landscaping, exterior of the building, and then 15 days to register the property as a rental or a fine of $100 a day. And I'm going to issue an order that says all of that. And you can stay in touch with him. And, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 20. Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25100453, case address 1705 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Gussie Cornelius Hall, posted at property 21326, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good morning again, your Magistrate Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 25100453, property address 1705 Northwest 15th Ave. The property was first inspected on October 16, 2025. The following violation were observed. Violation 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. Violation 47-19.1.D. There are unpermitted car canopies erected in the front yard of this occupied property. RS8 zone property. The car canopies do not meet the dimensional requirements per section 47-5.31. Violation 9-304B. The gravel driveway is run through, grass and weeds is going through it. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that include on the right-of-way. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts included fascia boards and awnings are stained and dirty. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Notice of hearing was posted on property on February 13, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 18, 2026, revealed as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-12A and 28 days for violation 47-19.1.D. Or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. Violation 9-305B, 28 days or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. Violation 9-305B, 28 days for a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. Violation 9-306, 28 days for a fine of $50 for each day thereafter, as well as 18-12A, so 10 days for a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Good
State your
morning.
name for the record,
Good
please.
morning. Attorney Earl Hall on behalf of the property owner, Gusty Hall, who's my brother. My brother's had a stroke, and he's currently in rehab. And so this problem has fallen upon me and my siblings. So I'm going to ask for 60 days for all violations. I learned about this last Wednesday. When I did, I called the code inspector and told him that my sister went to his house and got his mail and came across the violations, were given to me. So now we're going to all try to figure out how to pitch in to get landscaping done, to get the house painted and things of that nature. But we're going to need...
How about the trash and debris? We can do that shorter.
That part's been done already. That part's been done.
Okay. You opposed to 63?
Yeah. City will not oppose to a 63 days.
All right. I'll find that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 63 days to come into compliance. I'm going to stick with 10 on the trash, but you tell me that's been complied. But they have to confirm that.
Okay.
Or a fine of $50 a day for each violation. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 60, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 24100418, case address 1407 Northwest 15th Street, owner Godwin Francis. This case was first heard 5/29/25 to comply by 6/8/25 and 8/28/25. There are 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day, $18,200 accrued. 3 sections complied at $100 per day, $12,400 accrued, for a total of $30,600. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, sir.
Good
State your name.
morning, Martin Coutain.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, your Magistrate Officer Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 24100418, property address 1407 Northwest 15th Street. The case first heard on May 29, 2025, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 10 days to comply with violation 18-12A. And for all remaining violation, 91 days was given, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. The case will appear before the special magistrate on September 25, 2025, and the property owner was granted a 42-day extension. The case will appear for a 3rd time before the special magistrate, and property owner was granted 49 days extension. Property was re-inspected and observed that the violation remains. At this time, the city is requesting all fines to be imposed and to continue to accrue until compliance is met.
I assume that he's going to ask me for an extension. What I want to ask the city is, have you seen some good faith compliance?
Indeed, Your Honor, but this is a case, we're talking about the case that's been open since 2024, October 2024. If it is up to the magistrate to...
Here's what, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. My thought process is I work with people to the extent that I can. I'm going to give you a chance, sir, but if there's issues that are making it difficult for him to come compliance, but that realistically compliance is somewhere in the near future, I'll grant an extension. If it isn't going to happen, I probably won't. So I'm not familiar with the facts of the case. You're familiar with the facts and probably the respondent. So I'm trying to get a sense of whether there's...
Yeah, indeed, Your Honor. There has been a major improvement from the property. At this time, there's 2
There
remaining...
has been?
Yeah, there's 2 remaining violations, which is the landscape and 1 door from the back end of the property, which needs to be fixed.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I would like to have an extension, please.
How much time do you need?
I say probably about 90 days.
How about 63?
Yeah, let's shoot for 63 and
then in order to reappear?
Sure, yeah.
I want to keep some control of it. So 90 days is let's do 63. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time, and there'll be an order to reappear, and we'll see where you're at in 63 days.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 61, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2501-0067, case address 1748 Southwest 20th Street, owner 1748 River Oak Corner LLC. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 6/26/25. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day. $5,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for extension.
Good morning. You state your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Raf Yanak, the owner.
Okay.
Good morning, Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case and address as read. The case was last heard on August 28, 2025 by Special Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate granted 154 days extension to comply for violations 9-305B and 47-21.9.m, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 20th, 2026. The property remains in violation. This is a request for an extension.
Are you opposed? Are you opposed?
No, we're not opposing.
How much time do you need?
Between 30 to 60 days, we should have the permits approved and ready to go. And I would also ask if it's possible to suspend the fine that's been accruing. We've been working hard on getting it approved.
The original extension was 160 days?
154. They are in the process of building a new townhomes, and they're waiting for the permits to be approved.
Yeah, it's ground up new construction. So as you can imagine, getting permits approved for new construction is a tedious task. What really held us up, we should have been complied by January. There was a new site thing for the engineering that the site triangle changed. So it took about a month and a half for the architect and the city officials to come up with a way around the issue that they were having. Once that got cleared, it all continued moving along. And like I said, now we're between 30 to 60 days, we should be complete. But that's what really held us up. We should have been done back in January.
Okay.
That was an unforeseen setback.
Did the fines start to accrue on January 29th? Is that what I see here?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm going to grant extension of 63 days. That would be April 30th. I'm going to suspend the fines during that period of time.
Thanks so much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 65, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2506-0123, case address 424 Northwest 14th Avenue, owner Leonard Goggins. This case was first heard 11/19/25 to comply by 1/29/26. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,600 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for extension.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, folks. State your names for the record, please.
Leonard Goggins. Xavier Goggins.
Are you guys the owner? I guess
Yes.
so.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer. Case as read for 424 Northwest 14th Avenue. This property was cited on June 11, 2025, and the case was first heard on November 19, 2025, and the special magistrate ordered to comply by January 29, 2026. And to date, the following violations remain in non-compliance. 9-280H1. This fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required, including but not limited to the chain link fence on the property with missing gate. 9-304B, driveway is chipped, broken, and has dirt, oil stains. There are vehicles parked on the grass and lawn area. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 18, 2026, and the gentleman has requested additional time in order to comply.
Are you opposed to an extension?
I am not.
Okay. How much time do you need?
90 days.
That's fine. I think it's 91, right?
91
91
days. All right,
days.
grant extension 91 days. That wouldn't be till May 28th, 2026. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 64, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25040518, Case address 1631 East Sunrise Boulevard. Owner MSQS Properties, LLC. This case was first heard 9/25/25 to comply by 12/11/25. One suspension from 12/11/25 to 2/26/26. One section not complied at $150 per day. Fines start 2/27/26, and this is a request for extension.
Good morning, everyone. Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting a case that was just read. It was first heard on 9/25/2025. The fines were suspended for between the time of 12/11/225 to 2/26. Fines are supposed to start tomorrow. They're asking for an extension. I went to the property. They have permits on file. They're spending about $500,000 or at the location to renovate the whole area. They're doing the work. They just need.
You're not opposed to the extension, I would assume.
No, sir.
Okay. How much time do you need?
60 days should be fine.
61 days?
That's fine.
63, I guess it
Can
is.
we do 91? Because
Sure.
Thank
91?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to extend the time for compliance 91 days, which would be May 28th, 2026. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 9, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25080030, case address 538 Northwest 20th Avenue. Owner, Leroy C. Mizell Trust, Eveline Wilcox, co-trustee, and all others. Posted at property 2526, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Linda Ward.
Okay.
Good morning. Pat Gavin, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on August 2nd and given time to correct for the following violations. 47-19.9.A.2.A has been withdrawn. 47-34-1A1 is complied. 9-20H1 is complied. 9-304B is complied. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including but not limited to areas on the property and in the swale. 9-306 is complied. The city is requesting compliance within 30 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Yes, ma'am.
I need more time to put sod on the swell. And
Let me ask this if I can. I have my compliance dates here, and it goes from 28 to 63. If I were to do 45, is something like that, would that mess everything up here?
usually do it like this because if they need to reappear, those are here and
Okay. City opposed to 68, 3 days?
No, not at all.
All right, I'm fine that the violation exists. You'll be given 63 days, which is April 30th, 2026.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Fine's $100 a day, though, from that date, from April.
Excuse me?
The fine's $100 a day is starting April 30th.
No, 50 a day.
50 a day.
50 a day.
50 a day.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 36, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25110010, case address 709 Idlewild Drive, owner FPY Idlewild Developments LLC, posted at property 21126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Natalie Cohen.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25110010 for the property located at 709 Idlewild Drive. The case was first heard on December 11, 2025, where Special Magistrate Flynn denied the civil citations appeal and imposed fines in the amount of $750 for violations 15-2781E, 15-2782B, and 17-7.1A. For violation 15-33.A, complied. This property is operating outside the scope of its business tax receipt. The violation is complied. However, this violation is considered transient and irreversible in nature. The city is requesting to impose a fine in the amount of $15,000 for the irreversible violation of section 15-33A that was observed on November 1st, 2025.
But they're all been, okay. I'm sorry. The outstanding violation I see is 1771A, right?
It's 15-33.A.
That says it's been paid. 15 dash, that's what my agenda says. 15-33A says the fine's been paid.
No, the one that's outstanding would be 15-33.A for operating outside the scope of his business tax receipt.
What's wrong? Okay, so the agenda might just have a typo. Is that what I'm getting? Is it a sound violation?
This one is, can you repeat that? I'm sorry?
Okay. Is it
It's not a sound
okay,
violation.
I got to
It's
I'm a
not.
little confused because what my agenda says, there's 4 violations, 3 of them were fined, and the fine has been paid. The outstanding one is a sound violation, so I'm a little...
Special Magistrate?
Yep.
Over here. Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. It looks like it was a typo on the agenda. So the ones where the fines were imposed and paid is for, if you're looking at the agenda, the bottom 3. So I'm sorry, not the bottom 3.
It's the very first
No,
one?
no, the second, the 15-33A, which is the second to last violation,
Yeah.
is the violation that we want to hear today.
Okay, so that has not been paid.
Correct. So what happened is the other 3 violations were citations, and that just went through a different administrative process, and it was heard at a hearing, and the fines were imposed. This violation was issued with an inspection report, and that's why it fell on the agenda today.
Okay, so 15-33A on my agenda says it's operating outside the scope of its business tax receipt, but I don't really, what is it doing that's outside the scope of its business tax receipt?
So the property was operating as the Edmiston Villa, an exclusive venue hosted by the super yacht brokerage Edmiston during the Fort Lauderdale International Boat Show. Edmiston brokers use this villa as a base to meet with their clients for personal appointments regarding yacht sales and charters.
And just for the record, this property had a business tax for vacation rental. So this is outside of the scope of the business tax that was issued to the property.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
So since this happened, first I want to tell you that it's been years that we've been renting this property. We've never had any issues. This was the first time for many years. So I apologize for that. And since that, we have implemented additional compliance measures where on the contract, we make them sign something. We meet them. We make them repeat all the rules of the regulations. So we have them also in our book list. We've placed some cameras throughout the whole house, the exterior of the home. So, of course, there's a strict prohibition about the events or commercial gatherings, so we're making sure that this doesn't happen again.
Okay, how many days did it take place? A single day, or is it over a period of days?
It was over a period of the boat show weekend.
5 days. Okay. I'm going to impose a fine of $5,000. Thank you, ma'am.
Our next case, page 43, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 25110235, case address 1112 Southwest 22nd Terrace, owner Melzar and Rosemary De Leon, posted at property 2926, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You state your name for the record, please.
Melzar de Leon.
Okay. Yes.
What's the case number for this one again?
25110235,
Okay.
1112.
Got it. Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25110235, property address 1112 Southwest 22nd Terrace. This property was inspected on November 7th, 2025 for the following violation. 47-4.4.B.1 complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas in the front lawn and the swell of dead and missing ground cover. The notice of hearing posted on February 9th, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection on February 20th, 2026 revealed a violation stated is not in compliance. Photos submitted as evidence stating the following violations remain. The city is requesting 28 days or $50 per day.
Yes, sir.
Everything is fixed. I've removed the truck. So it's done. I have the pictures to show you. Everything is done.
Did you say that you've installed sod? Is that what I heard? Okay, so they're asking for 28 days to come into compliance. I'm going to grant that, and you can show him the pictures, and he can go out and confirm it, but he needs to do that. So I'm going to find that the violation exists. I'll give the respondent 28 days, which would be March 26th, to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 a day. And then you guys can get together, and you can see. Probably better to go out to the property itself. But anyway, I'll let you guys decide how to comply. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Sir.
Sir, you have another case?
Okay. Next case, also page 43, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 26010268, case address 1112 Southwest 22nd Terrace, owner Melzar and Rosemary DeLeon, posted at property 2926, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 26010268, property address 1112 Southwest 22nd Terrace. Property was inspected on January 9, 2026 for the following violations. There is an overnight parking at this RS8 zone property being stored between the hours of 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. A white Ford 750 commercial truck with bucket lift weighing over 5,000 pounds and a F350 Super Duty two-door white truck with 6 tires parked on the swell. This is a recurrent violation. Refer to case CE 25110235. This case will be presented to the Special Magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on February 9, 2026. A pre-hearing inspections on February 20th, 2026 revealed a violation stated is not in compliance. Magistrate, for the record, the white Ford truck with the bucket was found parked overnight, and the owner did remove the truck and then brought it back, and then he removed the truck. So we haven't done a night inspection to verify if that bucket truck is back. However, that truck right there in the front, which has 6 tires and is advertising a landscape business. Now, the code states if the vehicle has 6 tires or more and advertising. So I'm not sure if the owner can remove that advertisement, but if anything is advertising a vehicle with 6 tires or more, it's considered a commercial truck, so that violation will still remain.
Are you looking to give him time to come into compliance?
Correct. It'll be 28 days, $50 per day.
All right, so you guys could work out whether or not you could either cover the advertising, something like. I'll let you guys talk about it.
It is no more trucks on my property right now.
Okay, he can
I
confirm.
remove everything.
All right,
Thank you.
He can confirm it. I'm going to find that the
Okay.
violation exists. Hold on just a minute. Based on the pictures, I'll give the respondent 28 days to come into compliance, which is March 26, or a fine of $50 a day. Good luck. He can
Thank
go
you.
out and confirm it.
Thanks,
Thank
sir.
you.
Our next case, page 8, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25100375, case address 610 Carolina Avenue, owner Islanders Homes Investment LLC, posted at property 2226, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Maurice Walker.
Thank you.
Good morning. Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 10/13/25, and the following violations were observed. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. 18-4 parentheses C is complied. 47-39.A.1.B parentheses 6 parentheses B is complied. 9-304 parentheses B is complied. 9-305 parentheses B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-363 is also complied as of 2/25. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 2/25/26, the violation of 9-305 parentheses B remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 63 days or $50 per day thereafter.
Yes, sir. Anything?
Agreed.
Got it.
Thank you.
All right. I'll find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given until April 30th to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 a day. Good luck to you.
Our next case, page 43, Inspector Bernstein Sainberg, case number CE 2601-0177, case address 301 East Las Olas Boulevard, number 120, owner SOP Associates Limited and 3rd Avenue Associates. Posted at property 2726, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Ryan Horland, attorney for tenant.
Good morning, Megan Purdue, property manager representing the landlord.
Senior Inspector Bernstein for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 26010177, property address 301 East Las Olas Boulevard, Suite 120. This property was inspected on January 8, 2026 for the following violation. The business Polestar at this location is operating without a current business tax receipt. The notice of hearing posted on February 19, 2026. A pre-hearing inspection on February 20th revealed a violation that is not in compliance. According to our record, business tax BT-GEN-2602-0040 is in process. Right now, they did submit the application. It's in the process of going through zoning, and the city is requesting 28 days or a fine of $100 per day.
Can they do that in 28 days?
Special Magistrate.
Yes.
Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. Just because I spoke with business tax the other day and some issues with zoning, we would actually like to request 91 days and a reappearance. Yeah.
More time than 28 days. Yes. Anything you want to add?
No, that is good for us. Thank you.
Sounds good. Okay. All right. I'll find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 91 days, which is May 28th, to come into compliance or a fine. What was the fine amount?
$100.
$100 a day. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You want to do a reappearance?
Yes, please.
They're going to do an order to reappear, which, if it isn't in compliance, should come back. Got it. Thank you.
Our next case, page 55, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2409-0135, case address 1713 Northwest 13th Court, owner Mortgage Assets Management Series. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/6/25 and 7/24/25. One suspension from 11/19/25 to 1/29/26. Two sections not complied at $100 per day for a total of $29,000. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $2,500. $31,500 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Caleb Hazing. I'm the attorney for the
Okay,
owner.
hold on. Thank you. Give me 1 second here.
Good morning, your Magistrate, Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 24091315. Property address 1713 Northwest 13th Court. The case first heard on June 26, 2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 10 days to comply with violation 18-12A. And for all remaining violation, 28 days was given, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter per violations. The case reappeared before the magistrate on November 19, 2025. And the property owner was granted 71 days extension. At this time, the property remains in violation. The city is requesting all fines to be imposed and to continue to accrue until compliance is met.
Yes, sir.
I would just ask for one more extension. My client is a bank, and so I can let them know that this would be the last extension, and we can get these issues.
It's 145 days. What's the deal?
The issue was that there was a foreclosure. So the very first time that we went through here, my client was not the owner of the property. They then got ownership through the foreclosure sale, and so they now have access to the property.
How much time were you requesting?
31 days.
So, Your Honor, the certificate of title is dated July of last year, and they own 3 other properties in Broward County, and certainly I think a bank has sufficient resources to get some of these basic property maintenance issues done within 145 days.
You want to respond? Okay. I'm going to impose the fine. Thank you, sir.
And can you just repeat the fine at the moment?
Thank you, Magistrate.
And it continues to accrue.
How much per day?
100.
$100 a day.
It's 200 because it's 2 violations.
$200 a day. Thank you.
Thanks, folks.
Our next case, page 59, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25050114, case address 111 Southwest 27th Terrace, numbers 1 and 2, owner 335 Northwest 28th Street, LLC. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 11/19/25. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $19,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Rachel Moore, presenting case as read. This case was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 8/26/25, and at the hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 83 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter per violation. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 2/25/26, the swell area was actively being reconstructed by the city. The property owner is present to request an extension to which the city has no objection.
Yes, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Angel Garcia, Your Honor.
How much time do you need?
Like Rachel Moore said, they're working on it right now. I've already advised her that as soon as they finish, landscapers are coming in to do what they need to do.
Recommended time?
61 days? 63 days, sorry.
All right, I'll extend the time for 63 days, which would be April 30th, 2026, and suspend the fines during that period of time. Do you want an order to reappear? Yes?
Yes, just in case.
That'd be an order to reappear. All right, good
Thank
luck
you.
to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 47, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25010648, case address 1000 Southwest 27th Street, owner EcoR LLC. This case was first heard for 8/25 to comply by 4/23/25 and 5/13/25. There are two suspensions noted on the agenda. 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections complied at $150 per day for a total of $18,150, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Sorry?
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Daniel Cremades.
Okay.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case and address as read. The case was last heard on November 19th, 2025 by Special Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate granted 71 days extension to comply for violations 9-280H1 or a fine of $150 per day thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in January 31st, 2026. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting full imposition of fines in total of $18,150.
Yes, sir.
So since we knew the project, the problem, we take immediately actions. We present a drawing to the building department for permitting process. We had different revisions. As soon as we get permit, we build the wall. Once we have the piece of the wall that fell, another piece fell, so we have to extend another design, build another one, and we did that 3 times until everything it's a stop and it's done. We have been in continued collaboration and information communication with the code enforcement department, with the officer here present, and we have been sending every week or 2 weeks a crew to clean, because the neighbors are throwing a lot of trash around the property, and especially because there is no wall, they threw a lot of trash into the property. So we have been sending different crews to clean every week or 2 weeks, either the grass, the trash, and the construction debris. We are doing still that every week or 2 weeks. Actually, today I'm sending somebody else to clean. And because of our collaboration and our fair work with the problem, we asked the city to cancel the penalty.
Has it been cooperative?
Yes, they are. The problem is it was a foundation problem with the fence. That's why it took them so long to fix the problem.
The agenda says you're asking me to impose the full amount.
Yes, sir. This is what the city is requesting.
Okay. All right, I'm going to note that it's in compliance. I'm going to reduce the fine to $3,000 for both cases.
Okay, thank you so much, Chandler.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 37. Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25110518, case address 112 Southwest 21st Way, owner Georgia Gordon, posted at property 21126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Georgia Gordon.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25110518 for the property located at 112 Southwest 21st Way. The property was first inspected on November 20th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, complied. 47-34.1.8.1, complied. 9-278E, complied. 9-280C, complied. 9-304B, complied. 9-305A, complied. 9-305B, there are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. 9-306, complied. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on February 20th, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance of section 9-305B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
Can you fix it in 63 days?
Excuse me?
Can you come into compliance within 63 days?
Yes, I'll try.
Okay. I'm going to find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given until April 30th to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 a day. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 16, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25100843, case address 2678 Key Largo Lane, owner Clear Sales Properties LLC, posted at property 21026, posted at 1 East Broward 21326. We're going to move to the next case, also page 16, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25070233, case address 1201 Northeast 3rd Avenue, owner Gianna LLC, posted at property 2626, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Morning, ma'am. Can you state your...
Good morning. My name is Nalini Trader. I'm the daughter for the owner of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case CE 25070233 for the address of 1201 Northeast 3rd Avenue. This case was first cited on July 10th, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth, trash, and debris on this property and or its well. 24-7B is complied. 9-280B is complied. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at the rear of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306 is complied. And 9-363 has been withdrawn. The city is requesting 15 days for 18-12.A, 91 days for 9-280H1, and 9-305B to comply, or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Yes, ma'am.
We are requesting an extension. I have been working hand in hand with the code officer, and a lot of this, I've issued some of the concerns and the problems we're having in the area, but he's willing to give me an extension. So we'll take
I
it.
think extension might be the wrong terminology technically. What he's looking for is an order that finds that the violations exist, and then you're given additional time to come into compliance. And those time frames are for the chain link fence, 91 days, and the dead missing sod, 91 days. But they want 15 days for the trash to get picked up. Okay? So that seems reasonable in each case to me. So I'm going to find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 15 days for the trash violation, and 91 days for the 2 remaining violations, or face a fine of $50 a day for each violation. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, also page 16, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25100843, case address 2678 Key Largo Lane, owner Clear Sales Properties LLC. Oh, the respondent left? Oh, they told me Matthew was in the restroom. Our next case, page 52, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25080176, case address 411 Southwest 31st Avenue, owner Yamalit Alvarez. This case was first heard 9/25/25 to comply by 11/6/25. One section complied at $50 per day, $5,150 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on September 25th, 2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by November 6th. The violations at this property were brought into compliance on February 17th, 2026. This case was non-compliant for 103 days with a fee of $50 per day for a total of $5,150 currently due, and the admin costs are $718. The city is requesting administrative costs in the amount of $718.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Anibor Gatara.
Okay.
I'm the owner too.
Okay. They're looking to waive the fine, but to impose the administrative costs, which seems reasonable to me. It was out of compliance for 103 days, so I'm going to do that. Okay?
I'm a fix all the thing.
I'm sorry?
I'm a fix everything.
Well, it's been fixed. It's in compliance. What they're doing here is, this was put on the agenda to impose the fine, which was $5,150. The city has suggested they're going to waive that fine amount, or ask me to waive that fine amount, which I'm going to do, but they want their administrative costs back, or how much again?
$718.
$718, which is, I'm going to issue an order which waives the fine and imposes that. How much time do you need to pay? 30 days?
They'll get an order in the mail.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is.
All right. Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 56, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 23100475, case address 1437 Northwest 10th Place, owner Molly Pearl King. This case was first heard 5/30/24 to comply by 6/9/24 and 6/27/24. There are 4 suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day for a total of $10,900. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
You say good morning.
Good morning.
You say good morning.
I need her name for the record.
You say good morning. Good morning.
And she state her name for the record, please.
State your name. Tell them your name. Tell them your name. Molly King.
Thank you, Molly. All right, yes, next.
Good morning, your Magistrate Officer Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 23100475. Property address 1437 Northwest 10th Place. This case was first heard
and May 30, 2024. Magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 10 days to comply with violation 18-12A and 28 days for all remaining violations, all fine of $50 per day thereafter per violations. The case reappeared before the special magistrate on July 25, 2024, and the property owner was granted a 91-day extension and an order to reappear in October 24, 2024. The case reappeared a third time before the special magistrate on October 24, 2024, and the special magistrate granted 98 days extension. The case reappeared a fourth time before the special magistrate on March 27, 2025, and Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 91-day extension and an order to reappear on June 26, 2025, which the case reappeared a fifth time before the Special Magistrate in June 26, 2025, was Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 111-day extension. At this time, the property remains in violation, and the city is requesting all fines to be imposed and to continue to accrue until compliance is met.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Kenneth King. This is my mother, Molly King. And what Mrs. Aventis said, I've been in the hospital some of the time, so I haven't been able to be in compliance, and I've been taking care of my mom as well.
There is 4 violations. 3 have been complied. The outstanding one is the driveway. Realistically, when can you get that done? Let me just ask to say, do they have to?
61.
I'm sorry. Let me just. Do they have to? Do they have to resurface that, or do they just? I'm not quite sure what they have to do.
Indeed, Your Honor. So the only thing remaining to do is just to kill the grass and the weeds that's going through the driveway and to replenish it with just a little bit more gravel from the apron and the driveway. That's the only thing that remains to be done right now.
So you basically got to kill the weeds and put some more gravel down.
Okay.
How long do you think? There's been a lot of extensions.
Okay.
I know what you're telling me.
I understand, sir.
So
I understand.
when can we do this?
I can.
63 days?
Sure. Yes, Shauna.
You doing
City will not
63
oppose.
days? 63 days? I guess so. It's just between taking my mother to the doctors and everything.
I know. I'm not sympathetic, but there isn't a lot you have to do. I mean, you got to kill the weeds and you got to put some gravel down. So that I understand what you're telling me, but I also am trying to balance getting this done because it's been going since May of 24. So
all right.
I'm going to grant that 63 days. Order to reappear if necessary. Hopefully not. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. Good luck to you.
Okay.
Both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Finished?
Yeah. Yes.
Our next case, page 46. Our next case, page 46, Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 26010052, case address 508 Coconut Owl Drive. Owner 508 Coconut LLC. This case was first cited 1326 to comply by 1326. 2 sections complied at $250 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 1/18/26. The city is requesting the full amount, and a citation appeal was received.
Good morning, folks. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Good morning. Ari Pragan, attorney for a property owner.
Okay.
Charles Cadman, the owner's representative.
Okay. Thank you.
Senior Code Officer Robert Clark presenting on behalf of the city. Case number and case address as read. This property was first inspected on 01/03/2026 following a neighbor complaint of cars parked on the median and a large party. Alrighty, the following violations were observed. Violation 15-2781E. There is a Chapter 15, Article 10 vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at this property. 3 vehicles belonging to the occupants of the property parked in the median/right-of-way. This violation is considered transient in nature and thus constitutes an immediate civil penalty. Violation 17-710A. There is non-amplified sound coming from this residential property that is plainly audible 50 feet from the property line before 10 p.m. This violation is considered transient in nature and constitutes an immediate civil penalty. The video.
Anything else you want to add?
You can see the vehicle even in the video that belongs to them. Then the responsible party did arrive to the property and got them to move the vehicles out of the way off the median. So those vehicles definitely belong to them. That is it.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, here's the problem I have, okay? All we heard on that video, okay, was the sound of, literally, of crickets, not figuratively, metaphorically. Actually, it was the sound of crickets. And so I don't think that
Crickets?
you have... Sorry?
Crickets?
Cricket. You can
It
hear
sounds
the,
like human voices.
Well, what I heard was largely the sound of crickets chirping in the
I got to be honest, I didn't hear any crickets. Let's hear it again. I'm just being honest with you. Those are people. I'll listen for the crickets. You can hear the crickets at the beginning.
I hear them now. My point is this, is that I think that you have to consider, is there evidence before you today to show that there was noise plainly audible from a distance of 50 feet from the property line? Now, what's important here is that every vacation rental property in Fort Lauderdale is required to have a noise decibel meter. My experience, 99% of the properties don't actually have them. Luckily for us, my client's property does have them. If I can approach, I can show you the...
Want to show it to the city first?
And
I've seen it.
Special Magistrate Supervisor Brown, just for the record, the noise meter is required and all the vacation rental properties are inspected every year. So that is a part of the vacation rental. Obtaining the certificate is having the noise meter. However, the noise meter is more or less for the vacation rental property to monitor themselves. They are not calibrated. We don't.
Here's the deal. The code section that I have is whether it's audible from 50 feet, which really is that's a human.
I just don't think that you have evidence before you today that you can attribute that noise to this property. And I'll tell you, let me just tell you why.
Sure.
Okay? So 50 feet from the property line doesn't mean that the inspector was 50 feet from the sound source. It means it was 50 feet from the property line. Now, this sound was at best coming from the back of the property, which is an extra at least 50 feet from the property line. So we're talking about, just for argument's sake, 100 feet. Now, normal human conversation, right, is 60 decibels, right? And for every 3 feet that you go past an initial 3 feet, sound drops by 6 decibels.
Just a minute. The code violation, the code seems relatively straightforward, which says 50 feet audible from the property line. So if this was recorded at 50 feet or more from the property line, it seems to be clearly audible. Who recorded it?
I did.
Where were you?
50 feet from the property line. I'm all the way across the street on the property line of the adjacent property.
How did you know you were 50 feet?
We can use a measurement tool on GIS. Also, 50 feet is not that far from property. You can
How
just
far
take the
would
steps.
you estimate you were?
Probably closer to 60 feet from the property line, because the property line doesn't start exactly where the curb is. It starts from the fence line, and there's about 4 feet from the fence line to the curb.
Are you looking to pursue the vehicle violation? You said that they moved it, or what was that?
Yes, so each one is a violation. Each one we consider a $250 fine.
And Judge, I'm not here to fight you on the vehicles, but as far as the sound is concerned.
Yeah, go ahead, because I don't think, don't take this wrong, I don't think it's that complicated a case, and I'll be willing to listen to that maybe it is more complicated than I think. But the code says 50 feet. This gentleman says he was 60 feet. I can hear it, there may be crickets there, but I got to be honest with you, I don't hear them. I hear human voices. So what I have, I think, to simplify it, and again, maybe it's more complicated than that, is I got a guy, let me finish.
Yeah.
I got a guy standing 60 feet away recording it, and you can hear voices. I didn't write the code. I know it's not, amplified. But apparently in Lauderdale, the requirement is they don't want you to be heard 50 feet from the property line. So with that said, I'll be willing to listen to what's wrong with that analysis.
And I'm not calling into question your hearing. Are there voices that are audible? Yes, but there's no evidence that those voices, that noise, the sound, is coming from my client's property, and I don't think you can prove that. First of all, the complainant, the neighbor, who was much less than 50 feet from the sound source, didn't complain about noise, right? Because the whole intent of this code, and certainly for vacation rentals, is so that people can quietly and peacefully enjoy the premises, right? No disturbance. The complainant called about vehicles parked in the median. Nothing about noise, first of all. That's an important backdrop. Second of all, it could not have been coming from my client's property, because at a distance of 100 feet, noise from the sound source would be 30 decibels lower than the decibel reading at the sound source, which you can see at the very most was 65 decibels, normal human conversation. So that means that from where Mr. Kroc was standing, at best, we're talking about 25 to 30 decibels, which is a whisper. So whatever voices are
I can
appearing...
hear more than a whisper. I mean,
Right.
I'm not, look, you're
Right.
doing a great job representing your client, but I think you're making it more complicated than it truly is. I can hear human voices. Do you have some opinion as to where it came from?
It's coming from the property.
And why do you say that?
Because when I spoke with them, they said they were having a party in the backyard.
Not true. And you cannot attribute, just because you hear voices, I mean, there are other people who live here. We're not
I
in the middle of
understand that,
nowhere.
but look, I mean, the standard here is competent substantial evidence. A pretty low standard. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not preponderance of the evidence. It's lower than that. And what I have, it seems to me, just being completely straightforward with you, I'm hearing voices coming from there.
Page 17, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2507-0269, case address 1433 Northwest 7th Avenue, owner Elso Holdings LLC, posted at property 21126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I guess it's still morning. State your name for the record, please.
Amiram Ifrah.
Okay.
Code Officer Malik Jones presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case CE 250-70269, the address 1433 Northwest 7th Avenue. This case was first cited on July 12, 2025 for the following violations: 9-304B, which is complied. There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. The gravel driveway is not being maintained. There are weeds and grass growing through. There are certain areas that are missing asphalt on the concrete driveway. This is a repeat case, reference case CE 21110492. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. The city is seeking a finding of fact and correction. This is a repeat case, reference CE 21110492. The city is seeking fines of $9,600 in reference to the repeat violation.
Sorry, how much is the fine? How much did you say? $600?
$9,600 for 96 days of being out of compliance.
What am I looking at? It's $9,000. Where's?
I'm sorry, $9,600.
Okay, bear with me here. This is under the new cases, right? This is the new cases.
Correct. It's a repeat violation.
How many days? How many days out of compliance?
96, Your Honor.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
The first violation that was in 2021 was under different property management company that probably didn't take actions on the right time.
Okay. Let me stop you there.
Yeah.
That isn't really relevant.
Okay.
It's
so-
whether
so
the violation is there. So what they're saying is this: under the statute, if there's a repeat violation, the fine amount can run from the day that it's first observed. And how many days? 92?
96 at $100 per day, sir.
96.
Can I say something regarding
Yeah, go ahead.
the last one? We got the violation on July 25, and we fixed all the asphalt and the pathway on the beginning of August. I tried to reach Malik through emails that I have here, the print of the 2 emails that we asked for extension, but at the end we were able to fix those issues at the beginning of August. And on February we got the
Just a minute.
the
You
second
want to
one.
respond to that? He says August it was in compliance.
It was not in compliance, but the city is also not opposed to offering the lien amnesty as well in this case.
I have the picture. I have the pictures that the before and
Yeah, but just can you address it? I mean, he says it was compliance in August. Is he wrong about that?
I did a reinspection in October. That's when it was complied. Prior to October, it was not complied.
Because you hadn't seen it, though. I mean, is it possible that it was in compliance in August?
I would have to look at my reinspection to get the approximate date to see when my reinspection was during August timeframe.
I also have the messages. Sorry, with the contractor that did those fixing.
Yeah.
So we have the messages.
I mean,
and-
it's possible. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just trying. It's possible that he sent you email saying it's in compliance. He may have. I mean, I don't know. He says he got it in compliance in August, and you weren't out there till October.
Do you have records of those emails?
You guys want
Yeah.
to do me a favor?
I have
Maybe
the
let's
email.
just table it. You can take a look at what he's got. We'll bring the case back. Let's do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't you guys take a look at it?
Thank you.
All right. We'll take another one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Malik would be next. I know, but Malik would have been next, so I got to go to the next case. Our next case, page 30. Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25120183, case address 291 Southwest 33rd Street, owner Soco 4 Holdings LLC, posted at property 2626, posted at Wendy's Broward 21326.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Sean O'Connor.
And what's your relationship to the owner?
I am the owner.
You are the owner.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on November 6, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15-28, there are businesses at this location are operating without a current business tax receipt, which are Helden Marine Service, Proma Marine LLC. 18-12A complied, 18-4C complied, 47-19 for .4.C.2. There is a 2-yard dumpster placed on the public right-of-way on this I-zone property. Placement, storage dumpster that serves private property upon or in any street, alley, or public right-of-way is unpermitted. 47-19.9.A.2.A complied. 47-2.2.Q.3 complied. -9-304B complied. 9-306 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 21st, 2026, the property remains in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violation 47-19.4.c.2 and 63 days to comply for violation 15-28 or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Is the problem with the dumpster it's in the wrong location?
It's on the swale.
Yeah, so if he moves it, that would be compliant.
Sir, I tried with the neighbor to get the dumpster resolved, and we put panels around it. We tried to beautify it, and we couldn't come to any agreement. There's 70 dumpsters in that neighborhood back there, and there's nowhere to put them. There's no way for me to move it to a different spot. There's no way to put a cage around it.
I can't issue an order that says you can remain in violation of the code. I don't have the authority to do that. You're going to have to find a solution. What I need to do is give you some time to do that.
We've tried. I don't know a solution.
I mean, what do you want me to do? You want me to say it's okay?
There's 70 dumpsters back there that all the businesses have to have. We can't roll them inside of our shop. I mean,
what do you want me to do?
I want you to tell me what I need to do.
No, I don't.
Because we tried to comply, and there's nowhere to. Zoning told me I can't put a cage because they won't allow me to take up any of my parking spaces. So it's an industrial.
You got a business.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to find a way to make the deal with your trash. Okay, that's what the code requires. How you do that, I'll leave that up to you. I'm going to give you more than 28 days. I'm going to give you 63 days. I guess because it's going to be complicated on where that dumpster is going to go. I can't do what you want me to do. Now, let me finish.
I understand.
Let me finish.
Okay.
You want me to say that it's okay that it stays?
No.
I don't have the authority to do that.
Okay.
It can't be where it is. So you're going to have to find that solution. It may not be easy. I understand that. That's why I'm extending the time. But I can't do what you want me to do.
So could it not be in the front of the building anywhere? Like the dumpsters just can't be outside?
So if it has to be in the front of the building, it has to be covered by a foliage, hedges, or fence. So you would need to check with zoning and see if they approve.
I'll let you guys talk about how that gets done. Okay, and then the other thing is
the others are like Holden Marine. He had a legitimate business tax at the time you wrote the citation because he has it and it's dated before your citation. And there are two other ones were issued. There's a slowdown with business tax. They were issued 3 days ago. I don't have a copy,
all right,
but I have to.
He can comply those.
Those are complied. Those are complied.
All right, if he's got them, I'm just going to give you 63 days.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to find that two violations exist. The respondent will be given 63 days, which would be April 30th, to come into compliance or face fine. What was the fine amount?
$100.
$100 a day. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 42, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 25120785, case address 200 Southwest 1st Avenue, owner 200 Brickell Ltd., posted at property 2526, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good morning, ma'am. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Michelle Rosales. I'm the property manager for the owner.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25120785, property address 200 Southwest 1st Ave. Responding to a complaint of tree crates is broken on December 31st, 2025. The following violation was cited. 25-5, there is a broken tree crates on the sidewalk at this location along West Las Olas Boulevard. The condition of the tree crates is creating an obstruction on the sidewalk. The notice of hearing was posted on February 5th, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection on February 20th, 2026 revealed a violation stated is not in compliance. I've been in communication with the property manager, Michelle Rosales, via email on February 5th. She informed me that they did order the tree crates. However, it's not going to arrive in time to get installed. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or $100 per day.
Yeah, we actually just got it delivered yesterday. We did try to install it, but the metal frame for the crate where it sits needs to be repaired. So I already scheduled our in-house engineer that has a welding machine to come by Monday to see how we can repair it.
Can you do it in 28 days?
Can we do 30? I know it's 2 days difference, but our goal is to do it beforehand.
Let's just do 63.
No, I can't. Okay. 35 days. Okay? And there'll be no order to reappear. I'm going to find that the violation exists. That doesn't seem to be in dispute. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance, which I have no idea what date that is. It must be April 2nd, or a fine of $50 a day. Good luck
Okay.
to you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. 100.
You wanted 100?
Yeah, 100.
Ma'am, he's going to ask for 100. $100 a day.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Take care of it. It'll be good.
Will do.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 35, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25110410, case address 1520 Southwest 13th Street, owner Gary and Ruth Vickers, posted at property 21126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Gary Vickers.
Thank you.
Good morning. Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25110410 for the property located at 1520 Southwest 13th Street. The property was first inspected on November 15, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 47-34.4.B.1. There is overnight parking of a commercial vehicle at this RSA zone property. The vehicle is described as a white commercial truck with the words Matco Tools, Gary Vickers, and phone number printed on the sides and rear of the vehicle. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on February 20th, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance of section 47-34.4.B.1 or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
Yes, sir.
We were working on trying to come into compliance with either covering or whatnot, which has been very difficult, but I got sick for pretty much the whole month of January, and then I was out of communication with anybody, and then the next thing he had a letter for me to appear here. So I'm trying to work on a solution. I just don't have the means right now. I've lost a lot of revenue from hard times.
How much time do you need?
As much as I can, but we need to discuss what's appropriate because it's impossible for me to store this anywhere else.
I don't think he's going to be able to. This is not an instance in which if you cover up the commercial verbiage, it's just too big a truck.
Foliage, something.
Yeah,
I have an inventory that's.
I'll let you talk to them, but I think it's probably going to have to go off the property. It's a very big truck.
I've tried that years ago, and I thought we had resolved this with the commissioner, and nobody's bothered me for over 5 years or more.
Well,
and
it's a code violation.
Well, I was broken into twice at a remote location, and there's probably over $500,000 of inventory inside. I'm a sitting duck.
It can't stay, though. It can't stay. If that's what you're asking me to do, it can't stay. I'll give you 63 days to come into compliance, which would be April 30th, or a fine. What's the fine amount?
Well,
$50 per day
fence
thereafter.
before.
You can talk to zoning, but I think you're going to have a problem with it. I'm not going to let you walk out of here thinking that you can talk to them, but I think
asking for help.
Well,
Because
you may have to go. It's a very big truck. Anyway, 63 days. Good luck to you.
Our next case, page 53, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 25040611, case address 925 Northwest 12th Avenue, owner Springfield Missionary Baptist Church. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 11/19/25. One section complied to $50 per day for a total of $2,700, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, sir. You state your name for the record, please.
Pastor Hart. Name, case, and address as read. At the Special Magistrate hearing on 7/24/2025, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 118 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter per violation. Violation 47 TAC 20.20.H complied on 11/20/2025, acquiring no fees. Violation 9 TAC 305B complied on 1/12/26, being out of compliance for 54 days. Violation 9 TAC 280B complied on 11/20/2025, acquiring no fees. Property was posted on 2/5/26. As of today's date, all violations are complied. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Our church has
I've been there for the last 16 years, and our church has truly been in decline after COVID. We have assumed to act in good faith and made diligent efforts to comply with the applicable municipal requirements. However, compliance may have been due to substantial hardship, not willful neglect nor discard. The hardship since COVID-19, sir, I buried 75% of my membership, my older members, and most of my younger people had to leave the state because they couldn't afford to stay in South Florida. I serve the marginalized, the downtrodden, and those that sit on the outskirts of human despair. I serve a broken community that I'm trying to help. And, Your Honor, the reason that we were out of compliance, because all of my deacon is 84, the other one is 76, and the other one is in the nursing home. I have no help. I did all of the painting.
Okay, just a minute. The fine amount is $2,700? But all the other violations are in compliance?
Correct.
And this one's in compliance as well?
Correct. Oh, everything's in compliance.
Okay, I'll waive the fine. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next case, page 7. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25120286, case address 3427 Davie Boulevard, owner Ronald C. Reed, posted at property 2226, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Morning, sir. You state
Good
your name for the
morning.
record.
Ronald Reed.
Okay, thank you.
Inspector Rachel Moore presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 12/12/25 and the following violations were observed. 15-28, the business Ronald C. Reed at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the site violation. As the pre-hearing inspection dated 2/25, the business tax remains delinquent. The city is requesting 63 days or $100 per day thereafter.
Yes, sir.
I received the business tax invoice, like that, with five years. I posted a check, which I have a copy of, this was done on November 22nd. In December, I realized that the check was never cashed. I called them. I tried to call them and talk to them. No answer whatsoever. Couldn't talk to anybody. So I said, I'll send another check to the old location where they have, this is where I paid, and both checks have never been cashed.
Did he have a response?
Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. Sir, we would be more than happy to directly connect you with the business tax team, and we'll make sure that you have enough time to come into compliance.
You want me to continue the case?
No, can we just do 91 days?
thing is-
No, sir, here's the deal.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys, they're going to work with you to get it paid. It seems to me very clear that you want to pay it, you're going to pay it, so they're going to give you 91 days to do that, which would seem more than reasonable.
It's not a problem. It's where to send it.
Okay, they're going to talk to you, they're going to talk to you about that, okay?
You understand?
Yeah, no, I got it. They're going to talk to you about that, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given to May 28th to come into compliance, or a fine of what, $50 a day? $100
$100 per day.
But you're going to talk to him, are you not?
Yes, correct.
Okay, good. Thank you, appreciate it.
Our next case, page 63. Inspector Rachel Moore. Case number CE 2501-0552. Case address 363 West Dayton Circle. Owner Tammy Morgan. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 9/25/25. One suspension from 11/6/25 to 2/26/26. One section not complied to $50 per day. $2,100 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Morning, ma'am. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Tammy Morgan.
Okay.
Inspector Rachel Moore presenting case as read. This case was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 7/24/25, and at the hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 63 days to comply with the violation of 9-306 and 9-305 parentheses B and 9-304 parentheses B, or $50 per day thereafter per violation. At the Special Magistrate hearing 11/6/25, Special Magistrate duty granted an additional 112-day extension and an order to reappear for today, 2/26. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 2/25, the property remains out of compliance. The property owner is here to request an extension to which the city has no objection.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I would like to have an extension. I'm trying to work on the fascia and stuff that I need
How
to
much
do.
time do you need?
Can I get at least 60 days?
You opposed to 63 days?
The city has no objections.
All right, I'll extend the time for 63 days and suspend the fines during that period of time. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 2, Inspector Alex Eugene, case number CE 25120496, case address 1207 Southwest 21st Street, owner 1207 Southwest 21st LLC, posted at property 12926, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good morning. Anthony
Morning.
Adelson for the property owner.
All right, thank you.
Inspector Eugene presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on December 18, 2025, following a neighbor complaint of excessive noise originating from the ventilation HVAC system, and the following violations were observed. 17-7.6, there is noise that exceeds the 40 dBA for the ventilation HVAC system after 10 p.m. The dBA measurement was 55. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 22nd, 2026, and violation 17-7.6 remains. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 28 days or a fine of $50 per day to run thereafter.
What's generating the decibel level?
The HVAC system?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Well, specifically, I believe that the allegation is that it's the condensing unit, which is on the outside of the property and is adjacent to the complainant's property.
Okay.
We have some questions for the code officer, and we have some witnesses, and we have some materials on thumb drive. My first question is, what was the exact complaint that was made to the city?
Excessive noise originating from the ventilation/HVAC system.
And to your knowledge, was this same complaint made previously by the same complainant?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you find when you first visited the property to issue the citation?
So I got to the property and took 3 meter decibels readings from inside the property, and they were found in violation.
Where in the complainant's property did you take the measurements?
The bedroom.
And this is a bedroom that's adjacent to my client's property, correct? And was the window of the bedroom open or closed?
It was open.
Did you take any measurements with the window closed?
I did.
Okay, what was the measurements with the window closed? Would that have caused a violation of the ordinance?
Not with the windows closed.
And the device that you used, does that have a certification for calibration and testing?
Yes.
Okay, what's the latest date that the calibration was done?
Special Magistrate will come back on that question. The calibration is on the back of the noise meter device.
Okay.
But it's calibrated yearly.
I'm sorry, yearly? Is that the response?
It's calibrated yearly as per the manufacturer specifications.
And what training did you receive with that device?
Special Magistrate, all code officers receive on the job in-field training on how to take noise readings.
I I am asking the code officer that issued the citation about his training.
I received training.
Can you explain the training that you received?
I received field training.
And what does that entail?
A senior officer teaches me how to use the noise reader.
Okay. How much time does that take?
About 2 weeks.
And how long before this reading was done did you receive that training?
I can't recall.
At the time that you took the initial reading, what else was going on inside the complainant's house? Were there any TVs on?
No.
Was anybody talking?
No.
Any induction motors like refrigerators or freezers running?
No.
How can you be certain?
Because the door was closed and there was no noise inside the room.
So
bedroom.
you had the bedroom door closed and nothing running inside the room, but you had the window open.
Correct.
And why was the window open?
To take the measurements.
But, okay. And you said the reading with the window closed would not have violated the ordinance, correct?
Correct.
And did you do a reinspection?
I did.
And at the time of reinspection, did you take measurements with the window open and closed?
Correct.
Okay. Was the reading with the window open in violation of the ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. What was the reading?
48.7.
And at the time that you took the reading, was the condensing unit of the HVAC system for my client's property running?
Yes.
How can you be certain?
Because I heard it.
Okay. Did you walk over to the property to see it?
I heard it.
Well, how do you know that you heard that?
Because that's the only thing that was on.
Okay.
It wasn't the complainant's AC.
Okay. We're going to present testimony that the HVAC was not running at that time, and we have video that establishes that.
Is this the reinspection?
This is the reinspection. So I don't know how they can say that there's a continued violation.
What is the relevancy of the reinspection? I'm a little lost.
He's the one asking the question.
No, I need to, I mean, when you go out, you do a decibel reading, right?
Yes. Correct.
Okay. What's the purpose of having a reinspection? I'm kind of...
To see if it's still in violation or is it...
All right, so
yeah.
really, if you're going to testify about what took place during the reinspection, I'm kind of more interested in what took place during the time that actually was the issuance of the violation.
Well, I agree with that. However, between the time of the citation and the time of the reinspection, the owner had the motor replaced and had sound baffling installed, and we have...
But that's irrelevant as to whether the violation took place originally, though, right?
Well, with that, I'm addressing the issue of the window open. The ordinance does not say that the window should be open. What it says is 50 decibels measured within the property of the complainant. So if it was to be at the edge of the property, it would have said that. If it was with the windows and doors open, it would have said that. I think that either the reading was done wrong.
Does that mean that the respondent has to keep their windows closed?
It doesn't mean that they have to keep the windows closed. However, the statute is definitely vague because the code officer...
It's the ordinance, I would assume, right? Not
The ordinance, sorry. The ordinance is facially vague. It does not specify windows open or closed, but it does say within, meaning they have to be inside. Now, the other issue that we have here is that the ambient noise is 40 decibels, which is going to violate the ordinance without any machinery running. In addition, we have witnesses and videos that will establish the fact that the HVAC compressor condensing unit was not running at the time that this was being tested.
The reinspection.
At the reinspection, exactly.
Again, I'm a little lost why what we're talking about is what took place the night that the violation was called in and measured.
And on that,
if you did something, and I'm willing to listen, but I'm a little bit baffled. I don't really want to hear a lot of discussion about how it was after it was changed, okay? What I'm supposed to do is make a factual determination as to whether the violation took place that night. So what happened afterward, I'm not sure that's entirely relevant. If you want to argue about the window open or closed, I'll certainly be happy to hear about that. But the reinspection, I'm not sure the relevancy of it. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, our position is that the window being open is not what's stated in the ordinance. The window should have been closed. And at that point, with the window closed, the officer admitted there was no violation. At the first time, forget about the reinspection. First one, no citation should have been issued. So we would ask that it be dismissed based on that. The reading was not properly done. We have case law, and there's case law throughout Florida, including U.S. Supreme Court cases, Florida Supreme Court cases, and District Court of Appeal cases that address the issue of vagueness in a municipal ordinance. It cannot be enforced. If it leaves it up to the officer's discretion to decide whether the window should be open or closed, then it's not enforceable. This is arbitrary.
But if you want to put that on the record, I'm entirely comfortable with that. You do understand I'm not in a position to determine whether an ordinance is vague or not. That's for a court to do, right?
I understand that. If we appeal this, we need to have a basis.
Okay.
The bottom line is that our argument is this. The window should have been closed. If the officer believed that the ordinance entitles him to open the window or requires him to open the window, he can testify to that. I don't see anywhere in the city's code of ordinances where it specifies that.
Okay.
And our position is the window should have been closed. The issue of ambient noise, I think, is more relevant. We have decibel meter readings from the property from 2 nights ago at 10 p.m. or shortly thereafter, which show ambient noise with no HVAC equipment running on our property, the driveway by the street around the curtilage of the property on both sides that show ambient noise readings above 40 decibels. That's a violation. That's not my client's noise being generated. How is it that this officer can tell us that the noise being generated is coming from the HVAC? And I go back to the night of the reinspection only for this point. He is telling the special magistrate that there is a continued violation because he measured it on February 22nd at over 40 decibels with the window open. And our position is the HVAC was not running at that time. It was a cold night. It was.
I understand.
I'm only saying this.
Just a minute. I understand everything you're saying. I'm listening to it. But from what I'm reading on the agenda, I don't think he's calling it a continuing violation. I think he's saying it was a one-time violation, is what I'm seeing. Wait a minute. If somebody's going to testify, they're going to have to state their name and... Okay, I'm sorry.
What was that?
Didn't I hear something?
I heard something. I don't know what it was.
Okay, got it. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The issue of whether it's a continuing violation, my understanding, speaking with city officials, was that we had a time to come into compliance. At that time, reinspection would have been done, which we did do remedial work, lowered the sound of this, and we believe that with the windows closed, it's less than 40. I believe it's in the 20s. There's no violation. Now, practically speaking, the neighboring property owner would have the same environmental experience as this property. So if this property is running its HVAC because it's 100 degrees out and humid, the neighboring property would too, and they'll have their windows closed. In the winter, when this testing is done, it was a cold night, the HVAC was not running, anybody would have their windows open. That makes sense. But the issue that we have with the testing is this. Number one, there's no description of whether the window should be open or closed. And number two, the ambient noise violates the ordinance, not my client's equipment. And there's no way for the city or for the officer to establish that.
How would, in a practical sense, would someone separate out the ambient noise from the noise to deal with this? How would they do that?
Well, that's exactly the issue. I'm not an expert in acoustics, and I don't think the code officer is either. So I don't think that his testimony can be taken where he's saying that there was a reading on February 22nd that proves that there's still a continuing violation. There is not a continuing violation, and our position is there was never a violation because had the measurements done according to the way the ordinance is, it would not have been issued. So we're asking that it be dismissed.
Do you have witnesses you want to put on?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Eduardo. Okay.
Eduardo Laureano.
Before you do you have any other questions for the code officer?
I don't.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Mariano, what is your relationship to the owner of the property?
I'm in charge of maintenance of the properties. Any repairs, any actions need to be taken to make sure the property isn't.
Can you step more forward into the mic? Thank you, sir.
Yes, I'm in charge of maintenance of the properties to ensure that if there's any problems with the property, to make sure they're taken care of. Any repairs or any maintenance need to be done on the properties.
And what were you asked to do in regard to the HVAC system at the subject property?
Yes, to contact our AC technician and verify what can be done if there's a problem with the units, to make sure it was taken care of, and if there's anything else to reduce to lower the decibels on the units to help. So we actually did. We contacted our AC company, which we have a contract with. They went in, they said that one of the motors for the condensing units was bad. After a while, would start making a squeaking noise. So we had that replaced, and they also suggested we put some jackets on the compressors to reduce some of the noise also, which was all done and documented.
Was it making a squeaking noise at the time that he inspected it, or it would start making a squeaking noise in the future?
So at the first inspection, apparently it was doing it afterwards, because when I went personally to
Object, Your
inspect,
Honor, unless he can testify that he was there at the time of the inspection.
I was there.
You were there when the code officer was there?
Yes, I was.
The initial inspection.
The initial
No,
inspection?
not the initial.
That's
Sorry,
what you
not
said.
on that.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
Speculative.
And were you present when the re-inspection was done?
Yes, I was.
Were you present when the HVAC technician was there?
Yes, I was.
Is this a copy of the service order?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah. That'd be Respondent's Exhibit A, made it part of the record. This is a different thing.
Correctly reflect the remedial work that was done on this unit?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
At the time that the re-inspection was done, where were you physically located?
At the time of the reinspection, next to the AC compressors.
Was it running?
No, it wasn't.
And was this gentleman there at the time?
Yes, he was at the neighbor's house.
Okay, do you know where in the neighbor's house?
In the bedroom. You can actually see from the condensing units into the bedroom with the light on.
So you were looking at the condensing unit and you were looking at him taking the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and your statement is that the HVAC was not running?
Was off. It was cold
Did
night.
it turn on at all during the time that this officer was at the property?
No.
Okay, thank you. Does the city have any questions?
No.
Okay, I have Chetram Prasad.
Hello, Chet Prasad, property manager.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any basis to testify about the ambient noise around the subject property?
Yes,
And what is the basis?
I had done multiple decibel monitor readings throughout the past few years at the property, normally dealing with the vacation rentals, but in this case I was taking some based on the violation we received for the AC unit.
And does this drive contain the videos that you took?
Yes.
When were they taken?
2 nights ago.
At what time?
I started at 10:07 p.m.
Okay. Can we have this displayed?
I'm going to object to relevance. I mean, from 2 days ago, I don't know what that has anything to do with,
Yeah, it's
anything
to
to
speak
do
to
with
the ambient
noise of the night in question.
We can see that the ambient noise violates the ordinance. The ambient noise, if it's
No,
above
no, we
40
can't.
decibels-
Did you have the capacity to run that? I think what he's arguing is that the ambient noise is what's caused the decibel reading to be. And I'm not sure how you can, I'll give him an opportunity if he's going to take it on.
Well, before he runs it, I'd like to ask some
Sure,
questions of the
sure.
qualification.
Yeah.
Have you been trained in using this meter?
Self-taught.
Self-taught? Okay.
Yeah, but, okay.
Okay. So we haven't seen all the videos? So you're self-taught, and when was your meter reader last calibrated?
So it was purchased new from the manufacturer, so it was calibrated within the last year from the manufacturer.
I guess play his thumb drive first. I didn't realize that the inspector's videos had not been all played.
What is the ordinance, what is the order that the city's seeking? Are you looking for him to have a period of time to come into compliance?
28 days.
what if this happened? And I'm just speculating. What if it violated the ordinance on the initial inspection? They did some repairs, and it's in a position where it doesn't violate the ordinance now, and they can demonstrate that within 28 days.
Well, I think that's the concern, is that at the time of the reinspection, the AC units were not running and it was already violating just from the ambient noise. So our concern is that even if we reinspect in 28 days, if the AC units are not running, we would still be in violation due to the ambient noise of the property.
What's the source of the ambient noise?
From my time there, it was airplanes passing overhead, it was cars on State Road 84, and then at times there was nothing that I could hear audibly, but the meter was picking up noise, and it was still elevating over the 40. And I think that's our concern, because no matter what we do, we can't move the units based on the position, so we're kind of stuck, and which is why we went into this path.
And again, we're stating that the reading upon reinspection was with the unit off, and it still was.
Yeah, let me hear I mean, let him run his video. Is this it?
No, it's supposed to play at real time. I think this is a read issue with the PC. I don't know if you're able to move it to your desktop. It could be that it's reading it off of the USB.
I'm bothered a little bit by the fact that you're self-taught. Your own counsel required that the city demonstrate that they're trained, and you don't have that training.
No, I understand, but the real issue that we have is that
That's just a comment.
Yeah.
That's not really a question.
No, I understand. We were doing it for more, just for our understanding of what we could do.
Right.
So that's when we started.
Why don't we put up the video that the city took?
I want to see your video, if I could. You asked to have it played up.
I think, I don't know if the USB is capable, like if it's a high-speed read, so if you move it to your desktop, it might play better. Okay.
Not at this moment. That just deals with the proximity of the properties. But this appears to be playing properly.
So I took 4 videos during the course of our test.
Is there sound in this?
There is, but it's ambient. So there's no direct voices, there's no music that can be heard. You might be able to hear the planes in the cars in the video, but those are just passing. There's no activity on the street. all
I'm a
vehicles
little
are
bit
up.
baffled. Airplanes and cars?
So I'm familiar with it just because I deal with the vacation rental licenses, so the noise ordinances and the violations we've got in the past with other properties, which is why I was a little bit surprised when we got the violation, just because I know ambient noise reading, that's just air.
Was the air conditioner compressor on when you took this?
No, there's a video showing that it's off, and I'm standing right by it. Yeah, there's 4 videos. So this was at the curb, and then there's 2 more that are going to be by the actual AC unit. Sorry, I'm working my way toward the AC unit, so this one's in the driveway. And then the 2 AC compressors are down that side of the house. In the next video, you'll see. Time is 10:07. Address 1207. Currently by the AC units, they're off.
Yeah, I see the fan.
So this is on a condition that exists at all times, and it is not noise generating from this property. It is not noise generating from the AC system.
So do you have any questions for the witness?
No.
Okay, we have the video where our first witness is standing next to the HVAC unit for inspection, if you'd like to see that.
Yeah, I guess, sure.
All right, sorry, can you go back to the...
I'm here right now. Compressors off the wall. They come out probably 4 feet. And 4 feet to the window. Yes. I'm here right now. Compressors off the wall. They come out probably 4 feet. And 4 feet to the window. Yes.
When you testified that the compressor was on, was that because, why was that? If the video shows that it wasn't, is it because you heard a sound that indicated to you it was on, or what?
Yes. So I was there, it was on, and that's when I took the readings. And my videos will show that.
All right, so anything else? Do you have videos you want to show? Okay. Is this the re-inspection?
Yes.
I have to ask you a question. I see a hedge there. Did you see the compressor on with the fan going, or is it your testimony based on the fact that it's your opinion that the sound was coming from the compressor?
So I heard it when it was not on, and then I heard it when it was on. That's when I started taking the readings. You can hear the hum, and there's nothing in the room that's on.
Can I hear what?
You can hear the humming from the compressor, but there's nothing inside the bedroom that was on. So that's the only thing that was making noise.
Can you guys address the issue when your testimony, your witness's testimony was he was there during the re-inspection. This witness says he heard the compressor go on and off. Can you give me some testimony as to the timing of when they were there and
For the initial,
no, for the re-inspection?
Yes. The re-inspection.
Yes.
What time did you arrive at the property on February 22nd?
10:03
And how long were you there for?
till 10:25.
When did you do your readings?
So when they left.
So I got there at 10:01 p.m. and I conducted the inspection after that, after 10.
How long after 10?
Maybe around 10 minutes. 10 minutes after 10.
When did you arrive?
10:03. 3 minutes after 10.
You get out of your truck at 10:03?
Yeah.
When did you arrive? When did you arrive at the compressor? How long did it get to the compressor? I'm trying to figure out.
Yes.
He's testifying under oath that the compressor was on and off.
Yes.
Okay, you've got video that it's off.
It's off,
But I'm trying to, could it have been on at a different time? I'm also, I guess,
No.
bothered by the fact that with the compressor off, it shows a decibel reading above 40. It suggests that it's not the compressor, doesn't it? I mean, realistically.
So, Your Honor, and for clarification, we're talking about the re-inspection. So, counsel has submitted their evidence subsequent to the date of the original violation, which suggests, or could suggest, I would argue to Your Honor, that there was noise found at the time. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a $650 repair to fix the compressor.
Yeah, but they're given a period, under the statute, they're given an opportunity.
This isn't a court.
Wait a second,
Sir?
just a minute, folks, just a minute. I just want to, they're given an opportunity to correct it under 162. So if initially there was a violation, then they do a repair and you come back and do a reinspection. If it doesn't exceed that level, it's in compliance. Let me just finish, but the problem is it's exceeding the level. So that's why you wrote the violation, because you have a decibel reading it's above 40, but I'm looking at video that shows that the compressor isn't on and it's registering 40. So I'm a little bit baffled. It suggests that it may be ambient noise, but a couple things. This is not an area I have a lot of expertise in. Is 40 decibel levels pretty loud? Generally? I mean, airplanes, I don't know. Yeah, they fly occasionally. Cars, I'm trying to figure out. I don't think it's necessarily anybody's responsibility to tell me where it's coming from, but I'm curious as to what would be the source of it. Anybody else have anything you want to add?
There's multiple houses really close. They're only 10 feet away. Oh, sorry. There's multiple houses very close to each other. There's not a lot of property between each other. So the two houses right behind us have their compressors right there too, which could indicate that their ACs could be the ones also bouncing off the ambient noise.
All right, anybody wants to make closing statements, arguments, anybody want to add to the record?
Well, first of all, to rebut what the city attorney is stating, the fact that a repair was done is not an admission of the fact that there was a violation to begin with. Our position is consistent that if the reading was above 40 in the initial time that the inspector was there, it's not indicative of a problem with the HVAC.
I think your witness said that there was something about there was going to be
squeaking.
Yeah, noise. But okay, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, that's fine.
Look, for better or worse, this is how I see it. I've got decibel readings in every instance in which it's above the 40. But I've also got video that shows the compressor's not on. And the time frame seems to be consistent. This gentleman testified he arrived at 10:03 or something, and you were there making a recording at the same time. He's testifying that it wasn't on. I've got some video that suggests it wasn't on. So it appears to me that it's not the compressor that's making, I don't know what it is. I'm not sure this is the end of this whole situation, but for what I have, I don't think the evidence proves that it's the air conditioner or compressor coming from the respondent's property that creates the decibel level. Based on what I've got, it's the best I can do. I'm going to dismiss the case.
Thank you.
We're going back to page 17, recalling case number CE 25070-269, case address 1433 Northwest 7th Avenue, owner Elso Holdings, LLC.
Yes, sir. Where are we at here? Which one is this?
The top one.
Yes.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case CE 25070-269 for the address of 1433 Northwest 7th Ave. This case was first cited on July 12, 2025 for the following violations: 9-304B, which is complied. There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. The gravel driveway is not being maintained. There are weeds and grass growing through. There are certain areas that are missing asphalt on the concrete driveway. This is a repeat case, reference case CE 2110492. This case will be presented to the magistrate whether compliance is met or not. The city is requesting to impose fines of $3,800 for the repeat violation of 9-304B for 38 days out of compliance.
What was the initial fine that you were asking me to impose?
$9,600.
So basically, I think he's arguing that he provided some documentation about emails and then when he did it. So you want to go ahead?
And we spoke, and I sent him the pictures that the contractor did on August 18. and the conversation with the WhatsApp, with the dates. That
Okay, and so the compliance date was in July sometime?
The compliance date was August the 28th.
I'm sorry, I meant the required compliance date was when?
It's a repeat.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, so,
it was in 21.
and you observed it when?
July 12th, 2025.
All right, so it was out of compliance for a period of time, right?
We had until the 28th of August to fix it, and we fixed
No,
it
no,
on
no,
the,
no, no, no. What they're telling me is this was a repeat violation and it ran from the moment they saw it.
I know that when I spoke with him, he told me that it
Is
was
there an
before
order
in
that was
21.
issued in this case? Or is this the original order? This is where you're looking for an order here, right?
Yes.
Yes, this is, okay.
It happened in 2021.
They're quoting me a case, CE 211110492, which is where this violation existed prior. They're telling me that that when they observed it, there was, how many days?
38 days.
Okay, which is down from the 9,000 that they asked for originally, I suppose based on the documentation that you submitted. So I'm going to find that as the compliance date. I'm going to impose that fine. Thank you, sir.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Because on the violation that we got on July, we had the compliance date to fix this issue until the 28th of August, and we fixed it on the 18th of August.
Where was that? The notice of violation?
Yeah, no, we got it on email or on mail. Sorry for the
No,
office.
where was it written that you had a compliance date of ours?
I have it here. Can I bring
Yeah.
the page?
Special Magistrate,
Yeah.
this is still going to be considered a repeat violation.
Did you write down time that you had given him?
Yes.
I think he's pointing up here. Let me see. What is that? What's the date of the violation? Why would there be a compliance date if you, look, I think I know maybe what happened, but I could be wrong here. I think you filled out the form.
Yeah, because it says in the body of the violation that it's a repeat and it will be presented.
Yeah, but they
But,
gave him
no,
a
I agree.
compliance date.
I think he timely complied.
Yeah, okay. Do what? What are your suggestions?
What was the date of compliance?
The 28th.
When?
28th.
August 28th.
That's the date you actually complied it.
I complied it October the 16th.
Right, but then you went back just now and found that he actually complied by August 28th,
August
correct?
18th.
Okay.
Okay, there's no fines.
There's no fine.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Do you want your paper back?
Thank you, sir.
Our next case, page 58.
I mean, I understand what he's saying.
Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2505-0351, case address 1532 Northwest 2nd Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner 1532 Northwest 2nd Avenue, LLC. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/7/25 and 9/25/25. 4 sections complied at $100 per day, $43,300 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
I think it's still morning. Good morning. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Benjamin Figge, the owner of the property.
Okay. Yes.
Code Officer Malik Jones presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case CE 250-50351 for the address of 1532 Northwest 2nd Avenue. This case was presented to the Special Magistrate on August the 28th, 2025 in reference to the following violations. 18-12.8, which is complied. There is overgrowth, trash, and debris on this property and or its swell. 18-4.c, complied. There's a black Nissan vehicle on the property with no license plate. 47-20.20H complied. 9-280H1 is complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-313.A, which is complied. Property is not identified by approved address numbers. The address numbers are the same color of the exterior paint of the building and is unidentifiable from street view. 9-363 is complied. The owner of this residential rental dwelling within the city has not registered as a landlord. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. So as soon as we received the violation, I went through my emails and I started corresponding with Officer Jones. I have June 8th. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, we immediately reached out to him and said, you know, we've owned this property for 15 years and we want to keep it in good shape. So June 8th, received this code inspection report. We'll get the rental registration done. So it's all complied. Everything is all complied.
Yeah, here's the deal. Yeah, unless you're contesting the dates, I don't think you're contesting the dates of compliance, are you?
When was everything complied?
Different dates for every violation. Do you want me to run by them all?
No, I just one's 119 days, and one's 165 days. There's two ways. Is there another one that I missed? Oh, yeah, 137 days. The property's currently in compliance. What I'm inclined to do is to impose the fine. There's an amnesty program, which frankly might work better for you than to have, when I have cases that deal with these substantial amounts, I think the amnesty program is probably the way to deal with it. So I'm going to impose the fine. I think I'm supposed to make a factual finding as to this, and I think that these facts exist. I'll impose it and then maybe apply for the amnesty program.
I'm perfectly willing to go. I don't know what the compliance dates. I know I have an email from August 18th where I reach out to Mr. Jones and said.
Well, he's got, the first one is compliance is January 22nd, 2026.
Of this year?
Yes. Actually, another one is January 22nd of this year. Another one is September 19th of last year. And another one is February 19th of this year. I think that's it. So.
I'm happy to go that route, and I don't want to use too much time here, but I have an email from August 18th, 2025.
You know what? I think it might be better to submit that to the amnesty program.
Okay, because I have where we said it was all complied in August.
I'll let you submit that to them. That might mitigate it. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 18, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25100312. Case address 1139 Northwest 6th Avenue. Owner Hordring Velsey. Personal service on 21426. Posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Hello. I'll forget whether it's morning or afternoon. Just say hello. And if you can give me your name, please.
It's still morning.
Okay.
Surprisingly.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm Holding Velsey, the owner.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale, in reference to case CE 251-00312 for the address of 1139 Northwest 6th Avenue. This case was first cited on October the 9th, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its well. 24-27.B is complied. 9-280H1 is complied. 9-304B, the gravel driveway is not being maintained. The gravel is worn and grass is growing through it. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including this well. The city is requesting 10 days for 18-12.A, 91 days for 9-304B, and 9-305B to comply or a daily fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Yes, ma'am.
The 10 days is for which one?
I'm sorry?
The 10 days.
That's for the trash and debris.
Oh, okay.
And then the other ones, the gravel driveway and the landscaping, 91 days. Okay, I'm going to find
can
it.
do that.
So I think violations exist, and don't seem to be in dispute. The respondent will be given until March 8th to take care of the trash violation or face a fine of $50 a day, and until May 28th to take care of the remaining 2 violations or face a fine of $50 a day. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 17. Inspector Malik Jones. Case number CE 25080535. Case address 1040 Northwest 4th Avenue. Owner Jasmine Genoa and Rolando Labrador. Posted at property 2526. Posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Hello.
Hello. You state your name for the record, please.
Jasmine Janelle.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale, in reference to case CE 250-80535 for the address of 1040 Northwest 4th Avenue. This case was first cited on August 21st, 2025 for the following violations. 9-305B, which is now complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 240-30268. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. The city is requested to seek a finding of fact for violation of 9-305B.
Yes, ma'am. Anything you want to add? They're basically saying that the property's in compliance. They want me to make a determination that the violation did exist at one time. The reason they do that is that if it happens again, they can start the fine to run the time that they first see it.
Correct. Yeah.
And that the fine can be greater amounts. So I'm going to make that finding. There'll be no fines associated with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next case, page 59. Inspector Malik Jones. Case number CE 25060362. Case address 16 Northwest 16th Street. Owner Wesleyan Church. This case was first heard 9/25/25 to comply by 10/10/25, 11 and 11/6/25. 5 sections complied at $100 per day, $58,800 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Linroy Duffus.
Okay. And you're affiliated with Wesleyan Church? And what's that affiliation?
I'm the pastor of the church.
Okay. Yes.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presented on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case CE 250-60362 for the address of 16 Northwest 16th Street. This case was presented to the Special Magistrate on September 25th, 2025 in reference to the following violations. 18-12.A, which is complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. 47-34 1.A.1, which is complied. There is outdoor storage occurring at this RDS 15 property. 9-305B, which is complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, complied. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. And 9-363 is complied. Failure to register the residential rental dwellings within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Yes, sir. Anything you want to say?
What I want to say is that I first became aware of these violations on the 13th of February this year. When I
can you speak into the mic?
Yeah, it's been lowered, I think. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
No, I was saying the first time I became aware of the violations was on the 13th of February, which time I reached out to Mr. Jones this year.
No, this year, okay.
Yes, which I reached out to him and met him at the property, and he showed me, we spoke about what was to be done, and I worked on it immediately, communicated with him, and we are now in compliance. Before, we were not aware of any of the violations. It's a building that nobody lives there. We don't really go over there. Another church uses it for service on a Sunday, so we don't really go over there.
Okay.
So if I notice was placed,
Here's the deal. There was a hearing held in September of 2025. Well, let me finish. the city would have been required to provide notice, either by posting the property itself. So let me finish, certified mail. I'm assuming you weren't here for that. So an order was issued which gave you until October 10th to come into compliance. That hearing is over, and I'm not going to revisit it. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to impose the fines, but I'm going to suggest to you the same thing I suggested to the last case, that when fines amount are this substantial, you want to go the amnesty program. You can make your argument about whether, you knew about it or not. What's the record show? Did you post the property, or what did you do?
Yes, sir, I posted.
Okay. This abandoned building, you say? It's an empty building?
No, we have another church that uses it on a Sunday, but we don't go over there, so we did not get the notice.
Okay, I mean, they're testifying that they posted it, and I think it has to be posted for at least 10 days on the property. Well, I'm just telling you this. Anyway, I'm going to impose the fine. There's an amnesty program. You can make those arguments to them, and they can reconsider the fine amounts, okay? And they often substantially reduce them if there seems to be good cause. So anyway, good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 35, Inspector Ramon Oliveira. Case number CE 25100952, case address 2722 Davie Boulevard, owner La Segunda Realty Corp., personal service on 21126, posted at Wendy's Broward 21326.
Good morning.
Hello.
Ricardo Reyes, attorney of record for La Segunda.
Thank you.
Good morning. Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 251000952 for the property located at 2722 Davie Boulevard. The property was first inspected on October 30th, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 47-22.9 point. Complied. Signs have been erected without the required permits from the City of Fort Lauderdale. The signs are described as a red, white, and green feather flag banner with the word pizza printed on it, and a blue feather flag banner with the words Riverland Medical Center Immigration Exams printed on it. The signs are located on the swale abutting Davie Boulevard. The violation has been complied. However, this is a repeat violation of case CE 241-20494. As of an inspection conducted on October 31st, 2025, the property is in compliance. The city is requesting to impose a fine in the amount of $100 for repeat violation 47-22.9 that was observed on October 30th, 2025.
Good morning or afternoon. Apologies.
Good morning. We're still there. We're not for long.
So, yes, Ricardo Reyes, the attorney of record for La Segunda Realty. Admittedly, today, I was under the impression we were under a different code matter. This property is undergoing a refinance, and so we're currently in the amnesty program or finishing the application towards it. We've undergone a plethora of issues beginning in August of 24.
For different property.
For this property. I mean, throughout all the units within the property, they're trying to button up everything and finish up the refinancing the property, which requires amnesty, as there were violations that apparently existed prior to ownership. We were unaware of this specific instance. If the fine is $100, and Mr. Oliveira stated that it's been corrected.
Yeah, it has.
My client's been sending people around.
What they're looking for is that it's a repeat violation. They're looking for a one-day fine, I guess, and I'll impose that, and it's in compliance.
And we will continue to stay on the tenants and ensure complete compliance, because we've gone through at least 60 how many at this point, so we want to make sure that everything's done and ready.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just to clarify, the total fine is $100, correct? Will there be an order entered that we can...
Are there administrative
make
costs associated with it?
For this case, it's only $100. Yep.
Okay, and we'll make that payment immediately.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 63, Inspector Brovary Xantis, case number CE 250400252, case address 1643 Northwest 13th Street, owner Paulone Auguste and Stanley Dorr. This case was first heard 11/6/25, complied by 12/11/25, and 2/26/26. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $3,850 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Yes, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Stanley Dorr, the owner.
Okay.
Good morning, your Magistrate Officer Executive on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 25040252, property address 1643 Northwest 13th Street. This case was first heard on November 6, 2026. Magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered 35 days to comply for violation 9-305B. and the remaining violation 112 days to comply or fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. This is also an order to reappear. The property owner is here, and I'm going to let him speak at this time.
Yes, sir.
Regarding the swell areas, it was a patch up within the 35 days that was granted to me. And before that, I think maybe the city might be aware of it. Comcast had been digging some holes into the swell areas for the whole side of my neighborhood. If you guys check, there have been holes, but they've been Comcast holes that have been digging to it. If you see where the sand is, all of those were patched within the days.
Is it holes in the ground that are the problem, or is it something else?
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor. So basically, property was cited for the grass that is missing. In other words, the grass is dead. There's no grass at all. So
Is this the swell, or is it other areas?
that's the swell area.
It's still dead.
That is correct.
If you go to the picture, you can go to your picture where you take it, when you take it. If you go to every single house on that side, you're going to see the same mark.
Okay,
Because Comcast been...
that's not really relevant. I got you here today.
Yes.
Okay, so basically, three of the four violations are in compliance. There's this one. I'm inclined to give you some more time.
Yes.
But you got to address it. It's been 42 days beyond the time that you were given. How much time do you need?
28 days. But I did fix it before, within the time that was given to me.
I know. I'm looking. What is...
The roof, Your Honor, also remains out of compliance.
It's
Roof.
clean.
Okay.
I have pictures, and if you guys want to re-inspect it, you can.
When was it complied?
Sometime in February, I don't remember.
Okay, so on the 18th this month, I was out there, so it didn't look complied.
All right, I'm going to give you... what's it got to do? It's got to fix the roof. Take care of the ride. 28 days. I'll extend it 28 days. I'll suspend the
good.
fines during that period of time.
That's good.
Okay? You got to get on it, or it's going to... All right, that would be March 26th.
That's
all right,
fine.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 45, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26010216, case address 2711 Mayan Drive, owner Chris Achong, posted at property 2426, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Hello.
Hi.
Chris Achon.
Okay, thank you. What's your relationship to the owner?
I'm the owner.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 26010216, property address 2711 Mayan Drive. This property was initially...
Excuse me, Evan, I'm sorry. There's someone's phone that's making noise. Can you please silence it?
Is that downstairs? About 50 feet. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Community Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 26010216, property address 2711 Mayan Drive. This property was initially inspected on January 9, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-281A, there is operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. The certificate expired on September 30, 2025. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, February 25, 2026, and the following violation remains. 15-281A, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $500 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed. And also, I would like to state for the record that the vacation rental renewal application has been submitted and approved, and the inspection is scheduled for February 27, 2026.
which is tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what he's telling me is that you've applied, for, that it's scheduled for final inspection tomorrow. They're seeking 15 days to come into compliance, which seems to be plenty, but there is a fine of $500 a day in case it doesn't pass. But no one seems to be disputing the facts. I find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given until March 13th to come into compliance or face fine of $500 a day. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 39. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 25090278, case address 3030 Harbor Drive, owner 3030 Harbor Drive Holdings LLP, posted at property 2926, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Hello.
Hello, how are you, Mr. Magistrate? Rod Feiner, I'm an attorney with Coker & Feiner, 1133 Southeast 4th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, for the respondent.
Senior Inspector Bernstein for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25090278. Property address 3030 Harbor Drive. Property was inspected on September 11th, 2025 for the following violations. 15-28, the business Barty House Hotel at this location is operating without an active business tax receipt. Violation 47-34.1.8.1, complied. The notice of hearing was posted on January 23rd, 2026. A pre-hearing inspection on February 2026 revealed a violation stated is not in compliance. According to Acela, business tax receipt BT-HM-2508-0009 is in process. The application was submitted in September 2025. They were supposed to appear in front of a board regarding a variance. However, one of that variance board meeting did get voided at
Yes.
one point, and then they reapplied for another variance, and the representative is here to.
We got a variance with regard to, not related to the BTR, with relating to allowing an accessory restaurant to go to be part of the hotel because we had less than 50 rooms.
Okay.
The Board of Appeals did grant that variance, so that restaurant is in the process. We had applied for the BTR. It was rejected by zoning, and we weren't sure because when we applied for building permits, zoning signed off on the building permits and everything. I had reached out to Bert Ford and Mohammed Malik about this. They got back to me on Friday of last week saying apparently they need to see a copy of the CU because the CU might be both for residential and hotel, and we're doing solely hotel, so there may need to be a change of the CU. They requested that we submit a copy of the CO, and then they could maybe update the BTR application that's pending. So
it's
yes, we
possible-
are operating without a BTR. So I just asked, because we have to deal with zoning and everything else, maybe 60 or 90 days to come into compliance.
Yeah, I think you're going to need more than. City, you got a recommended time for compliance?
We had 63 days, but if you approve 91, I believe, that's fine.
Yeah, 91 will do. All right, I'm going to find that the violation exists. It doesn't seem to be in dispute. The respondent will be given until May 28th to come into compliance. What's the fine amount? $100 a day?
Correct.
Okay, or $100 a day.
Thank you, sir. We'll be able to work with staff in that interim time period. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 53. Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25050666, case address 621 Southeast 6th Street, owner Cabot and Sherry Edward. This case was first heard 9/25/25 to comply by 11/6/25. One section complied at $50 per day, $4,800 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Cabot Edward.
Good afternoon, Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25050666. The address is 621 Southeast 6th Street. Case was first heard September 25th, 2025, where the magistrate found for the city, giving until November 6, 2025, where a fine of $50 per day. An inspection was conducted on February 17th, 2026, and found that the violation complied February 10th of 2026. This is, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fine. They do have a land tree permit that passed on February 10th, and that's the comply date.
Yes, sir.
So backing this whole thing up,
originally the complaint from my neighbor was that and I'm pulling this up, it's SCF 172000617, dead tree needs to be cut down. Per the Florida Building Code, a dead tree is not required to have a permit to even be cut down. So they opened this case that I don't even think should have been opened.
Okay,
I went ahead and pulled.
Here's the deal. Hold on just a second. There was a final order. There is a process that if you are unhappy, if you think the final order is incorrect, you can appeal that. That takes place within 30 days. So that wasn't done. I'm not going to go back into the validity of the original order. It stands because it wasn't appealed. With that said, go ahead, but I don't really want to hear about...
So, if I may...
And the building code doesn't regulate trees.
It's a Florida statute, but either way, so subsequently, a tree removal permit was pulled and issued. The tree permit, because this tree was purchased with trees for several other properties and jobs that I own in the city. The tree arrived, the gentleman that installs the trees left the country, and I had to wait for him to come back. I extended the permit through that date. We installed the tree, we called the inspection, and it's passed, and everything is all through that. So,
all right, based on the testimony that your contractor, for lack of a better word, was out of the country, I'm going to reduce the fine. So I'm going to reduce the fine to $1,200. Okay?
yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 45, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25120679, case address 1328 Cordova Road, owner 1328 Cordova FLL LLC, posted at property 13126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good afternoon. Can you state your names for the record, please?
Sarah Dorfman. Lori Dorfman.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25120679, property address 1328 Cordova Road. This property was initially inspected on December 26, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-281A, there is operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. The certificate expired on September 30, 2025. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, February 25, 2026, and the following violation remains. 15-281A, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply, or a fine of $500 per day per violation be imposed. And I would like to state for the record that the vacation rental renewal application was submitted this morning, and it will be reviewed in order by the vacation rental office.
And typically, how long does it take to review that?
It takes about 3 days to a week. It all depends on how many they have.
Okay. Yes, anything you want to add? You guys opposed to 28 days to get it done?
No, I'm not.
In case they run into some backlog.
We shouldn't have any issues with it. I mean, 14 days, 10 days even would be more than enough. We have everything submitted. The only thing we're waiting for is
all right,
business tax.
I'll give you 15. This is the first. I never gave somebody more time and then they
I
argued
appreciate
for less. But
I don't really.
I'll take it.
Shouldn't need it. I'm just waiting on the tax office.
All right, 15 days it is. That's March 13th, 2026. I'm gonna do 28 because it's $500 a day, and you probably weren't quite sure where I was going with that. So it'll be 28 days, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 40, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 25100280, case address 540 Southeast 6th Street, owner Fort Pruff Rock Land Trust, posted at property 2526, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Andreen Fong Choi, property manager.
Okay, thank you.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sandberg for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25100280, property address 540 Southeast 6th Street. The property was inspected on November 9th, 2025 for the following violation: 1812A complied, 47-20.20.H complied, 9280B complied, 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia wall soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing, and peeling paint. 9-308B, there is debris, trash, and other element which is not permanent on the roof. There is foliage around the roof line that needs to be removed. That's it. And then the notice of hearing was posted on February 5th, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection on February 20th, 2026 revealed a violation stated is not in compliance. Photos submitted on record as evidence to the case. The city is requesting 28 days or $100 per day.
Yes, ma'am.
The property 540, we had the trees trimmed and the areas repaired that he just mentioned. All that was done yesterday.
Okay, he needs to confirm that.
Yes.
And so how much time did you give him?
28 days.
28 days?
So we should be fine with
Yeah,
that.
I'll find that the violation exists and it hasn't been confirmed. It'll be
Okay.
28 days, March 26th, or a fine of, what was the fine amount? $50 a day?
100.
$100 a day. All right, good luck to you.
Thank you. There was one more, right?
Yes.
You have another
Okay.
case?
Yes.
Next case, also page 40, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 25100230, case address 601 South Federal Highway, owner Fort Pruff Rock Land Trust, posted at property 2526, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sandberg for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and property address as read. This property was inspected on November 9th, 2025 for the following violations: 1812A complied, 187B withdrawn, 9280B. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. There are windows that are boarded up and have missing glass or windows that are completely missing from the building. 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including wall fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing paint. 9308B, there is debris, trash, or another element which is not permanent on the roof. There is foliage around the roof line that needs to be removed. Notice of hearing posted on the property on February 1st, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection, February 20th, 2026, revealed a violation stated is not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day.
Yes, ma'am.
Just the one pending item is just the board up required for the window. I have to submit more documentation to the city building department in order to get that done. So I think 28 days will be fine.
Okay. All right, I'll find that there's, the violation exists, that's not in dispute. The respondent will be given to March 26th to come into compliance or face fine of $100 a day. Is it $100 a day?
Correct.
Okay, I got that one right.
That should be
$100, yes.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next case, page 27, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2503-0115, case address 1444 Northeast 4th Avenue, owner 1444 Northeast 4th Avenue, LLC, posted at property 2526, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale, in reference to case CE 250-30115 for the address of 1444 Northeast 4th Avenue. This case was first cited on March 6, 2025 for the following violations: 15-28, the business Blue Flamingo Cava at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swell. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 240-90517. The case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 47-34.1.alpha.1 is complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the north side of the swell. The city is requesting 28 days for 15-28, 15 days for 18-12.A, and 63 days for 9-305B to comply or a daily fine of $100 a day thereafter.
Give me those dates again, 15 for 1528.
15 days for 18-12.8, 63 days for 9-305B, and 28 days for 15-28.
Yes, sir. Let me just note something. If you come forward, state your name for the record, please.
I'm Troy Liggett, President of the Mineral Terrace Neighborhood Association,
Yeah,
707 Northeast 17th Court.
I just wanted to note for the record, you're not the owner, and typically I wouldn't let neighbors testify, but you've been here all morning, and it seems fair that you should be given an opportunity. But I have to take into account the fact that you're not the respondent, but go ahead.
Your Honor, I just wanted to say that our neighborhood takes pride in things. We do cleanups on this street. We appreciate that there's a business there, but I couldn't imagine a business doing less to upkeep its property.
Okay.
I have stopped by there a couple times just to introduce myself. Hey, we do cleanups, you know. We pick up the trash outside your place. Is there anything you could do about this? They have never cut the grass in front of their place, even though we stopped by to say nice. I take that back. They did it once. They used a weed whacker, and they left all the weeds there. Their weeds were like this tall, and they just left them. So I hate to give them much more time. I would appreciate, they didn't show up today. If there's anything you could do, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I want to be consistent with everybody. I mean, I've done 50 cases already today, and I've been pretty consistent with the dates, so I'm still going to do that. I appreciate your testimony. I understand your frustration. I'm going to find that the violations exist. I think one of the issues I have is that the order that you have it is different than I have on the agenda, so let me ask you in the order that I have it. 1528, how many days are you looking for that?
28, sir.
28. Okay. 1812A, how many? How many days?
15.
15. Okay, 47-341A1, that's complied. 9-305B, 63 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to find that there is notice, the property was posted, that's noted on the agenda. I'll accept its sworn testimony of the city, which is uncontested. I'll find that the violation exists, and the respondent will be given the respective dates that were just read into the record, or face a fine of $100 per day per violation. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll take a 15-minute recess.
15 minutes, you're brutal. Everybody seems to be ready.
Our first case. Our first case, page 3, Inspector Guy Seidemann, Bernstein Sainbert, presenting case number CE 25120438, case address 624 Northwest 15th Terrace, owner Marilyn Cindy Silvestri, posted at property 2226, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Bernstein Sainbert for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and property address as read. This property was first inspected on February 2nd, 2026. Given time to correct for the violations. Violation 1812A, complied. Violation 184C, complied. Violation 47-20.20.H, complied. Violation 9-280B. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. In apartment unit 4, the ceiling has cracks that have started and in disrepair. Also, the windows in the kitchen have gaps. Violation 9280C, complied. Violation 9-280H1. The chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. The top support bar is not secured and there are missing sections of the fence throughout the property. The left front gate does not secure properly and is leaning with a missing latch and pole to secure the gate. The right front gate is missing a latch to secure the gate. At the rear of the property, the top fence pole is not secured and the fence is leaning and in disrepair. 9-305A, complied. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including but not limited to the swell area and the rear of the side of the property. 9-306, complied. Pre-hearing and...
Do we have pictures? Okay.
No. Pre-hearing inspection conducted on February 2nd, 2026. The property remained in violation. For violation 9-280B and 9-305B, the city is requesting 28 days or a fine of $100 thereafter. For violation 9-280H1, the city is requesting compliance of 63 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. The respondent will be given 28 days for 9280B and 9-305B, 63 days for 9-280H1, or a fine of $100 a day.
Next case, page 6, Inspector Jean-Claude Noel, case number CE 25050204, case address 801 Northeast 16th Avenue, owner Honest Global Investments Corp., posted at property 2426, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. The property was first inspected on 5/9/2025, and the following violations are: violation 4721.9M, complied. Violation 9-280H1, the fence is in disrepair and there are areas of missing and broken slats. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 25th, 2025. The city is requesting 28 days to comply with violation 9-280H1 or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 28 days to remedy the violation or face a fine of $100 a day.
Next case, page 7, Inspector Jean-Claude Noel, case number CE 25100914, case address 1221 Northeast 3rd Street, owner David Cheney Buckley, posted at property 2426, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, code compliance, presenting the case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 10/30/2025 for the following violations: violation 18-12, complied; violation 24-27B, complied; violation 4721.16A, complied; violation 9280C. There are pavers, walkways at this property that has weeds and grass growing through the walkways. Violation 9-305B, the paver driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface is dirty and discolored and have weeds and grass growing through the pavers. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover to include the swale. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 25th, 2025. The city is requesting 28 days to comply with violation 9-280C, violation 9-305B, and violation 9-305, the 9-304B and 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 28 days to correct each of the 3 violations or face a fine of $50 a day per violation.
Next case, page 8, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 26010-213, case address 710 Northwest 14th Way, owner Emmanuel Church of God in Christ, posted at property 2526, posted at Wendy's Broward 21326.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on January 8th, 2026, and given time to correct for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth on this property and/or its swale. This is a recurring violation of case CE 23120004, and as such, this case will be scheduled for a hearing before the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. There are torn shingles on the roof and missing glass in one window. 24-7B is complied. The city is requesting compliance within 15 days for violation 1812A and 60 days for 9-280B, or a fine of $50 per violation per day thereafter.
63 days. We okay with that?
63 is
Okay,
fine.
I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. For violation 1812A, it'll be 15 days, and 9-280B3, it'll be 63 days or a fine of $100 a day. $50 a day.
$50 a day, yes. Thank you.
Violation. Thank you.
Our next case, page 12, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25110283, case address 2216 Southwest 34th Terrace, owner Kyle A. Williams, posted at property 21026, posted at Wendy's Broward 21326.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25110283 for the property located at 2216 Southwest 34th Terrace. The case was first cited on November 10, 2025 for the following violations. 18-4C is complied. 47-39.A.1.B 6B is complied. 9-305B is complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and on the swale. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 24110493. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-306 is complied. The drip line above the garage is stained. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 24110493. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. All violations were complied as of February 17, 2026. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation 9-305B and 9-306.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations have been complied. I'll make a finding of fact for 9-305B and 9-306.
Next case, page 13, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25110544, case address 2041 Southwest 36th Avenue, owner Carolyn Lamb, personal service on 21026, posted at Wendy's Broward 21326.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25110544 for the property located at 2041 Southwest 36th Avenue. This case was first cited on November 20, 2025 for the following violations. 18-1 is complied. 9-304B. There are vehicles parked on the grass lawn area. The driveway is not being maintained. The asphalt driveway is in disrepair. There are dirty discoloration and faded blacktop. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale. 9-306 is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 22, and the following violations remained: 9-304B and 9-305B. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 28 days or a fine of $50 per day per violation to run thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 28 days to bring both violations into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day, or was it
$50
$50 a day?
Next case, page 14, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25120152, case address 2519 Tortugas Lane, owner Theodore Louis Franco and Adriana Grabbard, posted at property 21026, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25120152 for property located at 2519 Tortugas Lane. This case was first cited on December 7, 2025 for the following violations: 47-39.A.1.B 6B is complied. There is outdoor storage of items, including but not limited to a pallet with white slabs on it and other miscellaneous items. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 250200357. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-304B is complied. All violations were complied as of February 17. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation 47-39.A.1.B 6B.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the property is currently in compliance, but I'll make a finding of fact the violation 4739A1B6B did incur.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE.
We skipped the top of 16.
Next case, page 16, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25100843, case address 2678 Key Largo Lane, owner Clear Sales Properties LLC, posted at property 21026, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 2510843 for the property located at 2678 Key Largo Lane. The case was first cited on November 12, 2025 for the following violation: 18-4C. There are derelict vessels docked at the rear of this property. The vessels are considered derelict because there are no registration numbers or a registration sticker or a name and hailing port displayed on the vessel. A pre-hearing waterway inspection was conducted on February 24, and the violation 18-4C remains. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 28 days or a fine of $150 per day to run thereafter.
Were they here?
They were originally, and I told him that the city was going to be asking for 28 days. He said it was already in compliance, so he was fine with that, so he left.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 28 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $150 a day. I have to ask you one question. If it has a hailing port, if it has, is that sufficient to make it be derelict?
Yes, if it has the name and the hailing port on the back so that we can look it up, then it's not derelict.
Just curious. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25090064, case address 823 Northeast 14th Place, owner Lee Pompey Paul, posted at property 2626, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case CE 250-90064 for the address of 823 Northeast 14th Place. This case was first cited on September 4th, 2025 for the following violations: 18-12.A, complied. There is overgrowth on this property and or its swell. This is a recurring violation in reference to case CE 250-20438. This case will be presented to the special magistrate to seek a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance or not. 18-4.C, complied. 9-304B complied. 9-306 complied. The city is seeking a finding of fact for 18-12.A.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city's uncontested, the violations have been complied. I'll make a finding of fact that violation 1812A did in fact occur.
Next case, page 18, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25100310, case address 1301 Northwest 1st Avenue, owner Mark Evans Joseph and Carmelita Pierre, posted at property 21126, posted at 1 East Broward 213.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale, in reference to case CE 251-00310 for the address of 1301 Northwest 1st Avenue. This case was first cited on October 9th, 2025 for the following violations. 18-1, there's graffiti at this property that is creating a public nuisance. 18-12.A, complied. 9-304B, there are weeds growing through the cracks in the driveway. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. The white fascia is stained and dirty. The city is requesting 10 days for 18-1, 63 days for 9-304B, and 9-306 to comply, or a daily fine of $50 a day thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, the violation exists. The respondent will be given 10 days for 18-1 and 63 days for 9-304B and 9-306, or a fine of $50 a day.
Our next case, page 19, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25090814, case address 1249 Northwest 18th Street, owner VMC REO LLC, posted at property 21226, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good afternoon, Magistrate. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris at this property and its well. This is a recurrent violation per previous case, CE 23050773. This case will be presented to the Special Magistrate for seeking a finding of fact, whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Violation 9-280H1, chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained. As required, the fence has bent section, disconnected parts, and the mesh is torn. This is a recurrent violation per case CE 23050773. The case will be presented to the Special Magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Violation 9-304B, parking on the lawn surface is prohibited. There is an RV park on the long grass area, as well as the gravel driveway is going through. Grass and reeds is going through it. This is a recurrent violation per case CE 23050773. The case will be presented to the Special Magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes to compliance prior to the hearing date. Violation 9-363 has been withdrawn. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact.
For which one? For the first three?
All violations.
All the not the withdrawn one, obviously.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So the city is requesting a finding of fact for 18-12A, which is in compliance.
Right. No, I'm sorry. I got it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Yeah. I just.
It's okay.
Withdrawn. Okay. I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violations have been complied. I'll make findings of fact for 1812A, 9-280H1, and 9-304B.
Next case, page 20, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25100118, case address 1631 Northwest 14th Court, owner JAIM Properties LLC, posted at property 21326, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good afternoon again, your Magistrate. Officer Exentis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read. Property was first inspected in October 10, 2025, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 24080418. This case will be heard at the next available special magistrate, whether or not the property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate. Violation 18-12A, the wooden fence at this property, violation 9-280H1, the wooden fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence is broken and has missing section. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 2408-0418. This case will be heard at the next available special magistrate, whether or not this property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting the finding of fact.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The property is currently in compliance. I'll make finding of facts for violation 1812A and 9-280H1.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Bover-Exantis, case number CE 25100615, case address 1613 Northwest 14th Avenue, owner Patty D. Wells, posted at property 21226, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Again, Your Honor, good afternoon. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 25100615. Property address 1613 Northwest 14th Avenue. The property was first inspected on October 22nd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-1 is in compliance. Violation 18-4C is in compliance. Violation 9-304B, parking on the long dirt surface is prohibited. There's a vehicle and trailer park on the long grass area. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that include in the swell area. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia boards, the wooden fence are stained and dirty. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paints. Notice of hearing was posted on the property in February 13, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted in February 18, 2026, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 9-304B, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. And the city is requesting 28 days for violation 9-305B, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. The city is also requesting 28 days for violation 9-306, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
I find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 10 days for 9-304B, 28 days for 9-305B, and 9-306, or a fine of $50 a day.
Next case, also page 21, Inspector Bover-Exantis, case number CE 25110116, case address 1712 Northwest 18th Street, owner Huberson Vildor and Henso Mateo, posted at property 21226, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Again, Your Majesty, good afternoon. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 25110116, property address 1712 Northwest 18th Street. The property was just inspected on November 6, 2025. And the following violation were observed. Violation 47-34.1.1. I'm sorry, 47-34.1.A.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this property. There's outdoor storage, including but not limited to tables, chairs, boxes, wood, and miscellaneous items. This is not permitted per the ULDR of this RS8 zone, single family residence. Violation 9-305B is in compliance. The city is requesting 15 days for violation 47-34.1.A.1, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. The sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 15 days for 47-34.1A.1, or a fine of $50 a day. Is 9-305B in compliance or withdrawn?
Affirmative. Compliance.
Compliance, okay, all right, thank you.
Next case, page 23, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 251101115, case address 1810 Lauderdale Manor Drive. This case is now complied. Next case, page 24, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25080637, case address 1817 Northwest 15th Street, owner 1817 Northwest 15th Street LLC, posted at property 21326, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
One 1817. Yeah. But that's a different picture. Good afternoon, your Magistrate Officer Exentis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2508-0637, property address 1817 Northwest 15th Street. The property was first inspected in August 23, 2025, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 24-7B is complied. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. Violation 9-304B is complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. That includes in the swale area. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 9-363 is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on property on February 13, 2026. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 18, 2026, revealed as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 91 days for violation 9-305B, or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. Respondent will be given 91 days for violation 305B or face fine of $100 a day.
Next case, page 25, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25110112, case address 1639 Northwest 15 Terrace, owner Jose and Naomi Diaz, posted at property 21226, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good afternoon, your Magistrate Officer Exentis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 25110112. Property address 1639 Northwest 15 Terrace. The property was first inspected on November 5th, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-4C is in compliance. Violation 9-305B is also in compliance. Violation 9-304B is also in compliance. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that include on the swale area. Violation 9-306 is in compliance. Notice of hearing was posted on property on February 12, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 18 and February 25, 2026, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days for compliance for violation 9-305B, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 28 days to come into compliance or face fine of $50 a day. Violation is 9-305B.
Next case, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 25110626, case address 1101 Southwest 30th Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner Ditta LLC, posted at property 2526, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good afternoon. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on November 21st, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 24-7B complied. 47-20.20.H. There are parking facilities at this RD-15 zone property that are not being maintained. The asphalt is faded, worn out with cracks through it. 9-280H1 complied. 9-363 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 21st, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 63 days to comply for violation 47-20.20.h or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
All right, I'll find out that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, the violation exists. The respondent will be given 63 days to come into compliance or face fine of $100 a day.
Next case, page 26, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25100741, case address 3299 Southwest 9th Avenue, owner Reinvent LLC, posted at property 2426, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on October 23rd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the rear of this property and its swale facing southwest 32nd Court, consisting of palm fronds, plastic bottles, glass bottles, and plastic bags. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 24050-596. 18-124C complied. 47-19.4.D.1 complied. 47-20.20.H complied. 47-34.4.A.1 complied. 9-280H1 complied. 9-305B complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 19th, 2026. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting finding of fact on violation 18-12A.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation did exist. It's complied now. Make a finding of fact on violation 18-12A.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 251100602, case address Southwest 28th Street, owner 28 Southwest 2nd LLC, posted at property 2626, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on November 21st, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15-28, the watercraft repair business at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the swale of this property. 18-124C complied. 25-7A complied. 26-129B4 complied. 47-19.4.C.2 complied. 47-19.9.A.2.A complied. 47-19.9.A.4.D. The watercraft repair/storage area located on this I-zone property is not surfaced with the material approved for this use, provided in section 47-20. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the swell of a dead and missing ground cover. 9-313A, property is not identified by approved address number. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 21st, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violation 18-12A and 91 days to comply for violations 15-28, 47-19.9.A.4.D, 9-305B, and 9-313A, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. Huh? There is no, for the record, there is no address number for that property. 91 days.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given will be given 15 days for 18-12A and 91 days for the remaining violations, or a fine of, was it $100?
$100, yes.
$100 a day.
Next case, page 31, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25120580, case address 1425 Southwest 33rd Court, owner Zaga 1425 LLC, posted at property 2526, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on December 19th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15-28 withdrawn, 24-27B complied, 24-29A, trash carts are not being maintained, lids are broken, and some wheels are missing. 24-7B, complied. 47-34.4.C.1, withdrawn. 9-363, the free landlord application has not been submitted or is incomplete. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 21st, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violations 24-29A and 9-363, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 28 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day.
Next case, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2512-0741, case address 220 Southwest 33rd Street, owner Bayside Realty LLC, posted at property 22626, posted at Winnie's Broward 21326.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on December 27, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15-28, businesses at this location are operating without a current year business tax receipt. The businesses are Platinum Collagen at Bay 220 and Aqua Flight at Bay 224. 18-4C, complied. 47-19.4.C.2, there are 2 and 3 cubic yard dumpsters placed on the public right-of-way on this I-zone property. Placement or storage of dumpsters serving private property upon or within any street, alley, or public right-of-way is unpermitted. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 21st, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 63 days to comply for violation, 15-28 and 47-19.4.C.2, or $100 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 63 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day.
Next case, page 32, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2512-0583, case address 1417 Southwest 33rd Court, owner Zaga LLC, posted at property 21126, posted at Winnie's Broward 21326.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on December 19th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15-28, the business Zaga LLC at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. 24-27B complied. 24-29A, trash carts are not being maintained, lids are broken, and some wheels are missing. 24-7B complied. 47-34.4.C.1, withdrawn. 9-363 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 21st, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violation 24-29A and 63 days for violation 15-28, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
63 days for 1528 and 28 for 2429?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given those days to come into those respective days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day.
Next case, page 33. Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2512-0836, case address 1522 Davie Boulevard, owner Christopher John Gibbs, posted at property 21126, posted at Winnie's Broward 21326.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The case was first inspected on January 2nd, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 15-28 complied. The business Psychic Reader at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. The violation is complied. However, this is a recurring violation to case CE 250-40416. 47-22.9 point complied. 47-6.12.B.9.H complied. The city is seeking a finding of fact for recurring violation 15-28.
All right, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city's uncontested that the violations have been complied, but I'll make a finding of fact that violation 1528 did in fact exist.
Next case, page 34, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25100277, case address 1431 Southwest 21st Avenue, owner Noreen Bryan Trust, posted at property 21126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Ramon Oliveira, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on October 18, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12.8 complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property along the fence and on the swale. This is a recurring violation to case CE 22030038. 9-280H1 complied. 9-304B. The driveway is in disrepair and is not being... Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Correction. I'm going to start over. Ramon Oliveira, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on October 8th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property. This is a recurring violation to case CE 211-00242. 18-4.C complied. 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this I-General Industrial Zone property. Outdoor storage includes but not limited to pallet jacks, sofa, plywood, shopping carts, tools, pipes, chairs, bicycles, boxes, bins, and other miscellaneous items. 9-305B complied. 9-306 complied. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on February 20, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance of section 47-34.1.8.1 or a fine of $100 per day thereafter until compliance is met. Furthermore, the city is seeking a finding of fact for recurring violation 18-12A.
Okay, I find that there's no sworn testimony. The city is uncontested that the violation exists. Respondent will be given 28 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day. I'll make a finding of fact that violation 18-12A did occur.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25100577, case address 82 Southwest 24th Avenue, owner John Steve Lewis Charles and Katia Job, posted at property 21126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on October 18, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12.8 complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property along the fence and on the swale. This is a recurring violation to case CE 220-30038. 9-280H1 complied. 9-304B. The driveway is in disrepair and is not being maintained in a smooth and well-graded condition as required. The driveway has damaged areas of missing concrete, cracks throughout the driveway, and grass growing through it. Furthermore, the driveway is stained with a black substance and has areas where the pavers are loose, lifted, and missing. This is a recurring violation to case CE 230-10284. 9-304A complied. There is growth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. This is a recurring violation to case CE 220-30038. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on February 20, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance of section 9-304B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met. And the city is also seeking a finding of fact for 18-12A.
All right, I find there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, that the violation did exist. I make a finding of fact for that, 18-12. I'll give 28 days to come into compliance for a fine of $100 a day for the remaining violation.
For 9-304A.
Okay, I'll make a finding of fact so ordered.
Next case, page 36. Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 26010016, case address 2500 West Broward Boulevard, owner Riverbend WM LLC, personal service on 21126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on January 2nd, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 18-12A complied. There is trash, rubbish, and debris on the east side of the property and its swale along Southwest 24th Avenue. The trash and debris consist of, but is not limited to, furniture, clothes, plastic bags, discarded banner, shopping carts, litter, and other miscellaneous trash and debris. The violation was complied. However, this is a recurring violation to case CE 240-50660. The city is seeking a finding of fact for recurring violation 18-12A.
I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation has been complied, but I'll make a finding of fact that 1812A did occur.
Next case, page 38, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25120337, case address 1001 Southwest 22nd Terrace, owner Altria Trade LLC, posted at property 21126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on December 12, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 9-304B complied. There are vehicles and trailers parked on the grass area of this RS8 zone property. The violation has been complied. However, this is a recurring violation to case CE 250-40791. As of an inspection conducted on December 26, 2025, the property is in full compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for recurring violation 9-304B.
All right, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the property is currently in compliance, but I'll make a finding of fact that violation 9-304B did in fact exist.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25120-807, case address 651 Southwest 26th Avenue, owner Indus LLC, posted at property 21126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on January 2nd, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C complied. 47-34.4.8.1 complied. There is a commercial vehicle on the right-of-way. The commercial vehicle is described as a two-door white and blue Chevy W5500 HD with Florida tag DM55AJ, expiring December 2025. This is a recurring violation to case CE 250-40570. 47-34.4.B.1 complied. There is overnight parking of a commercial vehicle at this location. The commercial vehicle is described as a two-door white and blue Chevy W5500 HD with Florida tag DM55AJ, expiring December 2025, and the words industrial roofing on the vehicle. This is a recurring violation to case CE 250-40570. 9-305B complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swale. This is a repeat violation to case CE 230-60402. As of an inspection conducted on February 12, 2026, the property is in compliance. The city is requesting to impose a fine in the amount of $100 for repeat violation 9-305B that was observed on January 2, 2025. Furthermore, the city is seeking a finding of fact for recurring violation 47-34.4.8.1 and 47-34.4.B.1.
Okay. All right, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations did exist. I'll find that 9-305B is in compliance, but I'll impose a fine of $100 for the 1 day that it was out of compliance beyond the time set, and I'll make findings of fact for 47-34.4A1 and 47-34.4B1.
Next case, page 41, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 25110-326, case address 2711 Southwest 16th Street, owner Mark A. Bunch, posted at property 2526, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and property address as read. Property was inspected on November 9th, 2025 for the following violation. 18-1 complied. 18-12A complied. 9-278E complied. 9304B complied. 9305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. 9306 complied. Notice of hearing posted on February 5th, 2026. pre-hearing inspection conducted on February 20th, 2026 revealed a violation stated is not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, that violation exists. The respondent will be given 28 days to come into compliance or face fine of $50 a day.
Next case, page 44. Inspector Wanda Aquavella, Leonard Champagne, presenting case number CE 26010051, case address 605 Northeast 10th Avenue, number 2, owner Mario Alejandro Escalante, posted at property 2426, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 26010051, address 605 Northeast 10th Avenue. This property was initially inspected on January 6, 2026, and the following violation was discovered. 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. As of today, the violation remains. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter.
Okay. All right, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 15 days to come into compliance or face fine of $1,000 a day.
Next case, page 45, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 25120641, case address 1549 Southwest 30th Terrace, owner Marie Marinice Joseph, posted at property 13126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25120641. Property address 1549 Southwest 30th Terrace. This property was initially inspected on December 24, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, February 25th, 2026, and the following violation remains. 15-272A as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $1,000 per day to be imposed.
I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 15 days to come into compliance or face fine of $1,000 a day.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 25120722, case address 700 Southeast 12th Court, owner 1232 SC JJC LLC, posted at property 13126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25120722, property address 700 Southeast 12th Court. This property was initially inspected on December 27, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, February 25, 2026, and the following violation remains. 15-272A as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter to be imposed.
I find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 15 days to come into compliance or face fine of $1,000 a day.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 26010502, case address 2530 Flamingo Lane, owner Elk Ridge Investments LLC, posted at property 13126, posted at 1 East Broward 21326.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 26010502, property address 2530 Flamingo Lane. This property was initially inspected on January 17, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A, complied. This is a recurring violation of CE 25120715, in which the property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance from the city under 15-272A. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, February 25, 2025. The city is seeking a finding of fact that a violation did exist, and if repeated, a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter to be imposed immediately.
I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, that the violation did exist currently in compliance. I make a finding of fact that a violation of 1527.272A did in fact occur.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 48, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 250500768, case address 1450 Southwest 33rd Street, owner Michael Edward Hoke. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 9/25/25. One suspension from 12/11/25 to 1/29/26. One section complied at $50 per day, $3,200 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines.
No fines?
No fines.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice and so ordered.
Next case, page 49, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 250100706, case address 1121 Southwest 30th Street, owner Kenneth Doyle Holland. This case was first heard 6/10/25 to comply by 7/8/25. One suspension from 8/28/25 to 11/19/25. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $10,000 accrued. We did have $20,300 that was already imposed at the June 10, 2025 hearing, and the city is requesting the full amount.
I'll find that there's notice, so ordered.
Next case, page 50, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 250700966, case address 1444 Southwest 27th Court, owner Kristen Erica Cavallini Supil. This case was first heard 11/6/25 to comply by 12/11/25. Four sections not complied at $50 per day, $15,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
I'll find that there's notice, so ordered.
Next case, page 51, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25050504, case address 1101 Southwest 19th Street, owner Pamela Jean Monist. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 9/25/25. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $13,400 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Find that there's notice, so ordered.
Next case, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 23100344, case address 1025 Northeast 16th Terrace, owner Carol Thomas and Aline Thomas. This is to vacate the order imposing fine from 4/25/24 and to release the lien.
Why are we doing that?
That is because the case actually complied prior to the case being liened. It
Okay.
should never have been liened.
Okay, the imposition of fine, the order imposing fine is vacated, and an order releasing the lien is granted.
Thank you. Next case, page 52, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2508070, case address 736 Northwest 15th Terrace, numbers 1 through 3, owner MBA Investment Group 2 LLC. This case was first heard 12/11/25 to comply by 12/26/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Find that there's notice, so ordered.
Next case, page 56, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 25050051, case address 452 Southwest 4th Avenue, numbers 1 through 6, owner ACS 452 LLC. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 10/14/25. There is one suspension noted on the agenda. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $12,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
I find that there's notice, so ordered.
Next case, page 57, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 240800467, case address 1301 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Calvin Thrower. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 8/3/25 and 9/25/25. One section not complied at $50 per day, $7,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
I find that there's notice, so ordered.
Next case, page 61, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 250800700, case address 312 Southwest 16th Street, owner 312 Southwest 16th LLC. This case was first heard 12/11/25 to comply by 2/26/26. Four sections not complied at $100 per day. Fines start 2/27/26, and this was in order to reappear.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, so ordered.
Next case, page 62, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25090604.
Well, hold on the last one, there's really no order then. If it's old business.
No, we'll have to schedule.
It'll be just
Are you looking to impose the fine?
No,
we're just starting the fines tomorrow.
Oh, the fines start tomorrow, okay.
Yeah, so there's no order, it'll just be set for Massey, I guess, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Next case, page 62, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25090604, case address 1304 Tangelo Isle, owner Kenneth and Hazel Howard. This case was first heard 1/29/26 to comply by 2/26/26. Two sections not complied at $100 per day. Fines start 2/27/26, and this also was in order to reappear.
Okay, so it's really nothing for me to do.
And the city is requesting to enter pages 66 and 67 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate agenda hearing for Thursday, February 26, 2026.